Hey, what's up, Manju? How you doing? What's good? What's good, guys? What's good? Two pass. Hold on. What's going on? Ad lib a defense. Watch out. They're trying to charge up to the center. Isagi decided coordinating with me wasn't working, so he switched over to Karasu. How dare you try to cut me? Yeah. Get up there, guys. It's our last chance to score. It's only 2 minutes of added time left on the clock. Can Francis Kings run out of the clock, or will Japan's blue lock Japan challengers catch up? Been waiting for this, Usagi. You chose your destiny to be your team's dedicated second best. Do you understand now why I've tried so hard to guide you and the Japanese team to your true suitability? My dream is to win the World Cup 4 times. To that end, France needs to fight against strong rivals to keep leveling up. In other words, we need soccer players to follow their destinies. You pass, Japan. Now let's reach our true ending in this showdown between teams of perfect suitability. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? How's everybody doing today? Pass, pass, pass. Okay. Incredible. Just by Isagi coordinating equally with Karasu, Blue Lock is entering a new dimension. Comes extraordinary. Switching over now. The goal is 28 yards away. I can't shoot. Is this our chance to make a team shot? It's an even better chance. I can pass to Shido or borrow. There are so many passing options. Karasu created this optimal situation. Now choose. My best option is don't think about it. I'll crush you, borrow. You have more options in the end, but you're nothing but uncoordinated, egotistical rabble. If we keep you from making individual goals, you're utterly screwed. No way. With Hugo and Loki and individual abilities. One snap judgment was enough to coordinate to shut us out. What level are these guys on? All I can do is shoot. No, they're ready for a shot like before, so my course is too narrow. Shit. It took too long to decide. Game over. Hiyori! Pass to me, you major sadist. Nice. What's good, guys? Eon is stupid? Damn. Why do we gotta start off with the negativity, dude? I was just reading through some stuff. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. And why exactly are you saying something so mean? What's good, guys? What's good, nothingness? What's good, Aster? Uh, how's everybody doing here? Eon Stupid says the eyes in profile picture user. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Huh? What's this? What's this twisted building? Yeah. Maybe a tower decides for itself. Recite me, the Incredo of the Holy Knights. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So bad, everything's alright. We see absolutely can't. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But when impudent enough to come here with the righteous credentials, it seems that the Lady Merlin has only reviewed. What is this? Show me the blood of the Witch of Gluttony, and I will show you the magic forces too. But anyone impudent is doomed to face the hopeless death at my hands. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know how, but I'm sick again. I'm sorry you're sick again, dude. Why the hell would you cheat on Megan the Stallion? Who the fuck cheated on Megan the Stallion? Seven Deadly Sins is still alive. Wow, yeah, it's still alive, and they've got Escanor. That's interesting. Is it gonna be like one of those things where like these kids are gonna have to fight their own parents or whatever? It's gonna be one of those cases. Not gonna lie, I heard some say that Isagi from Blue Lock solos JJK and Demon Slayer because he kicks balls at light speed. That's not even remotely true. They're just regular teenagers playing again the U20 World Cup. It's not that serious. Blue Lock is serious. It's not that serious. All right. I've been making some decisions throughout the weekend. Just have a chat with you guys real quick. Hold on. What the fuck? Why is it only 13 minutes? Is the whole video here? Yeah, Escanor is apparently back in Seven Deadly Sins. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really been paying actual attention to like the 4 Nights of the Apocalypse. I sort of just read like the chapters where they fight King Arthur, and then I kind of just like blacked out. I was like, all right, I kind of don't care about the story again. Definitely one of those series that for whatever reason I'm reading, even though I'm not actually reading. I'm kind of just looking at the photos, but yeah, it's fine. A beautiful day to be a Kagurabachi fan. Yeah, I heard that the series got its I heard that the series got an anime trailer revealed. So, that's good, you know? Isagi Solo's Broly? Sure. Is he back or is this an old chapter? No, this is a new chapter. This is the latest chapter of Seven Deadly Sins: The 4 Nights of the Apocalypse. This is chapter 236. You want to die that badly, huh? Is everything all right again? Hey, do you see this time? Are you all absolutely sure you can't see it? Okay, listen, if I want all of you to follow me in a line and your jokes again. Okay, straight from me ahead, now 90 degrees, zigzag, go ahead. I found what looks like the exit. And don't jump. Interesting. What's the space at the end? Lady Merlin is only revealing the way for Gawain, her own kin. She's guided by the blood, I suppose. Is only revealing the way for Gawain, her own kin. But it looks like a dead end is the space. What is this? Show me the blood of the Witch of Gluttony and you will receive the truth. The magic force, it's too much. But anyone impudent enough to come here without the right credentials is doomed to face a hopeless death at my hands. Alright. Have you watched Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime? No, I don't care for Rimuru. How does one get a Black Blade? We have to ask Mihawk or Ryuma for that. As far as obtaining a Black Blade, I'm not the one you have to ask that question to. What's all this stuff? Just clicking on random. A couple of cuckoos. Alright. This is gonna be some like weird series about a guy whose girl is kind of pretty or whatever, and that's the girlfriend or whatever, and she ends up dating other guys, and the guy has to learn to be not be a cuck or whatever. Like what the fuck's what kind of title is that? Snowball Earth, My Tiny Senpai. This one just looks weird. Delinquent Gotcha, Magical Girl in Narco Wars. Wait, hold on. This might be peak. What's this about? A Viltrumite versus Naruto, who wins? I still don't know Invincible scaling as well as people seem to think that I do, because I keep getting people keep asking me this question. Let me put it like this. Can a Viltrumite tank an attack that can at least destroy anything between a country to a large continent? Can a Viltrumite tank an energy attack that can wipe out a country and or a large continent? If yes, probably the Viltrumite. If no, probably Naruto. I argued that Garp beats Conquest. Am I bugging? Can a Viltrumite tank an attack that can destroy a large continent? If yes, the Viltrumite. If not, probably Garp. Candy, a mysterious drug whose main ingredient is just ordinary sugar, is spreading like wildfire in Tokyo. When Susui, a narcotics agent who has infiltrated the Yakuza to get closer to Candy's manufacturer, finds himself in a dangerous self-proclaimed magical girl named Riri Hoshina, comes to his rescue. Alright, fuck it, I can give it like one chapter. Why are we reading mid-slop here? Is Soul Eater scaling? I'm just checking random shit out. Tensa Zangetsu has a Black Blade, so that's clearly Mihawk Upscale. Not Continental is a bit too much. Garp wins. Okay. Might argue mid-diff if we add in the Grand Regent Thrag. It's not really clear, but they are at least the speed of sound since Sonic booms every time that they dash. Okay. I mean, internal damage is basically a Viltrumite's witness? What do you mean by it's a Viltrumite's weakness? You mean weakness? I assume you meant weakness, which is fine. Um, I is internal damage really like a Viltrumite's weakness? I'm just gonna plug in my Ethernet cord so this loads up a little bit quicker. Um, is internal destruction Viltrumite's weakness? Because like, what exactly? I don't know if I would like necessarily agree with that. From everything that I've seen, the Viltrumites usually have some like heavy capabilities to withstand large amounts of trauma, especially the trauma done to their internal organs. I think I at least remember one of the fights that they had against like that one black Viltrumite off planet, and wasn't it that like they ripped his body in half or something? It was like their guts were spilling out and everything. It was something what the wait what's going on here? What the hell is that monster? Well, it must have outrun them by now, surely. Uh-huh, there you are. Also, can't you tell just by looking I'm a magical girl? Eep. Slaughtering drug dealers is my favorite pastime. Sure, you know what? I'm cool with this. From the day candy first appeared, it was only too easy for this country to descend into madness. The main ingredient consists of sugar, corn syrup, artificial flavoring and coloring, etc. Basically, it's no different from regular candy. Scientists from all over the world have analyzed it, but nobody knows what gives candy several times the potency of heroin or fentanyl. What the fuck? Anyone want to tell me why profits this month are down by 300K? So by $3,000. Okay. Yeah. Cut us some slack, Susui-san. The streets of Tokyo are a battlefield right now. Everyone's fighting for the right to sell candy. It's not just us Yakuza Mafia. The drug cartel riffraff from other countries are all flooding the streets. For weaker guys like this, all we can do is stick to our regular broke-ass clients and to rely on what little business we can. I must not have heard you right, unless you heard you called the Fuyugiri family weak. Did I mishear you? Did I? Yes, you misheard me, huh? So you're saying I can't fucking hear? Did I make myself clear? He's terrifying. That's not what you call Japanese strength. No Yakuza can match him in a fight. They say his dad was a South American gangster. Damn, he's a monster. Oh, you guys are just as responsible, by the way, so get ready. Uh-huh, yes, sir. That's crazy. Anyway. Oh, that's funny. The hell am I gonna do about this month's quota? Looks like this trap house is a bust and start a new gig, or maybe go shake down some other dealers. It's Suzuki. What, are you serious? Kimio Murioju Niorai Namu Fukushikiko Hozoba. Okay, they're just doing a prayer. Boss, how many Yakuza have been killed just this month now? Jinsei, clan included. You think that the chairman is going to retaliate? Don't be stupid. If we're up against some crazy foreign mafia, the Fuyugiri families, just a fringe of the organization. Like, that's crazy. Like, hell, we tread dangerous waters just because the leader of the 5th tier subsidiary got killed. Look for yourself how few people came to this funeral. Rest assured, gentlemen, I swear on the Jinsei crest itself, I will avenge the boss's death. Whatever it takes. Are you out of your damn mind, fucking South American brute? Those mafia cartels don't have a sensible bone in their bodies. Piss them off and you'll find a whole clan dead. The Jinsei clan is the strongest in all of Kanto, is it not? I don't care who killed the boss. There's only one thing to do. Hunt them down and send them to hell. You little, that's enough, Suzuki. Your eyes are like a mad dog's. Captain, please forgive us for this idiot's crave blunder. Kashiwagi, you better beat some manners into the damn Latino brats of yours, or the Fuyugiri family is done for you here. Yes, I apologize, sir. Captain, is it really necessary to bow down to those jackasses? Listen up, Susui. Those kind of gutless louts are the true nature of the Yakuza these days. After being held down for years by law enforcement, the Yakuza have long since become no better than police lapdogs. You have to submit a registry of your family members and can't even open a damn bank account. There's no more merit to becoming a Yakuza. It's nothing more than a religion at this point, but candy has changed all of that. A simple piece of candy that no machine can detect selling for 20K a pop. It's like the Messiah. Did you know that the Jinsei clan's been buying up a ton of heavy weaponry from the mainland? Or what about how we're outsourcing our promising young ranks to overseas mercenary companies to put some real life combat experience under their belts? Of course the police haven't caught on yet. No, I didn't. Figures The chairman's been building up our forces in preparation for the Narco Wars, you see, in order to eliminate any fellow Yakuza or foreign gangs from the competition and monopolize the sweet, sweet candy all for us. Anything but working Naruto versus Luffy. Give me a second, damn it. Our boss, the Fujigiri family head, just didn't have what it takes in the end, and he kind of imagined that he'd been adapted or the lies ahead. But you're not like him, are you, Susui? Don't tell me the captain's the one who... You see, Susui, the truth is... Understood. That suits me just fine. Hey, watch where you're... Ow. What's a schoolgirl doing in a shop like this? Sorry. What's the world come to? Whatever. Hey... Yajima-san, come by yet? Yes, looks pretty ferocious. Looks like I finally found you, Akira Susui. Okay, it's been holding up for a minute. See, Mr. Secret Weapon of the NCD. The hell? Are you carelessly running your mouth for, jackass? Eek. Are you dense if my cover gets blown? I'll be dismembered in a heartbeat and fed to the deep sea fishes, if I'm lucky. Don't worry so much. I've already made it abundantly clear to the manager here that he'll be locked up if he tries to bug this place on child pornography possession charges, no less. Pedos get bullied in prison. You know, Yajima, if you insist on fucking around, you're gonna add one onto the manager's cleanup duty. How scary. Don't get so mad, Susui. I'm technically your superior, you know. Narcotics agents for the MHW, that's my real identity. Okay. Back when I was running wild in the streets, I was unofficially scouted, and that's how I ended up going undercover as a 5th-tier subsidiary member of the Jinsei family. You've been renowned as a mad dog ever since you were young, so now you're the one who suspected you of being a narc. Your intense loathing towards candy and your brutally violent side both certainly makes you an asset. I couldn't entrust the job to any regular sane person after all. Let's cut to the chase. The Jinsei family is far from well-behaved Yakuza group that law enforcement would like them to be. The member registry they submitted to the police is 100% bullshit. Their efforts to expand their forces through underground channels are in full force as we speak. Sounds like the Japanese version of the full-blown cartel. They're planning to rule this country with fear. Pretty soon we'll be seeing dead politicians, journalists lying in the streets. Hey, I'm not joking here. Have they made any concrete moves? Those guys make intel. Okay, the candy, drug cartel. They want to skirt past the forces. That's insane. Enraging those cartels is going to be a full-blown drug war, but this is a perfect chance to close their manufacturer. Don't tell me. Sure do. Tread lightly. You'll be killed. Okay. The deal is in a week. I'll be in touch. The narcotics control. Okay, this is going for a while. This is just going for a while. I'm just kind of over it. Yeah, I'm just kind of over it. All right, it's a lot. It's a manga about Mexico. It's a manga about the drug cartel with a drug called candy. Okay, they have really high endurance and quick regeneration. I don't know about internal durability though. Okay, wanted to take a bit of a start here to just have a conversation with you guys. Just to sort of just sit down and watch something, read something. Well, yeah, it's a cartel shonen with a magical girl in it. Hey, what's up? Ota Vibe. How you doing? Okay, so let's just do a bit of upkeep real quick. I might have forgotten to change the time that Mark took in 2 months, but it's not. But I'll not forgive them for what they did to my Go Tech Jacket. Isn't Tech Jacket the one that they turned into a girl? Isn't Tech Jacket now a woman in the live not in the live action, in the animated series? Googled it. Mark took 10 months in the comics, but changed it to 2 months in the show. Got you. So, Viltrumite's internal organs have regen, but not much durability, so ACOC is good against them. Well, it's ACOA, not ACOC, but yeah. They have low-tier regeneration, they have really high endurance. Yeah, I've seen that. They're able to, go at it for a while. I believe it took... Okay, yeah. Okay. The show seems to upscale the Viltrumites like Nolan, can casually float near a black hole and casually move a whole planet close to the sun. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I have no connection to the characters, so I'm not personally invested in whether or not Tech Jacket's a girl. Worst of all, they gave him to Oliver. What do you mean they gave him to Oliver? What do you mean? They gave him to Oliver? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so a bit of upkeep for you guys. I'm gonna work through this video. obviously. I'm going to essentially just make it so that once I'm done with this one, I'll probably just hard focus on Naruto versus One Piece. Naruto versus Luffy. I'm not gonna like try to sugarcoat it anymore. I'm not gonna try to like procrastinate it. Once this video is out of the way, it'll basically be like 2 months without content because I'm just gonna hard grind the Luffy end of the scaling so I can just get through the video. I can't promise that I'll get it out before July. I can't promise that I'll get it out before June. I don't know how long the video is gonna be, but I've kind of come to realize that, like, you know, I've kind of come to realize that certain comments, like let's see, like this one right here, Eon is stupid. As much as a part of me wants to deny it, these comments do get to me because I guess in the back of my mind, isn't One Piece scaled to planetary when Don Chinjo split the crystal in half as his son or whatever said to be OP enough to do the same thing? Well, it wouldn't be planetary. It would be, hey, what's up, Bunsmart? It wouldn't be planetary. It would be at least continental. That's just what I go by. Anyway, I would be lying if I said, like, comments like that don't get to me, but not so much from the perspective of, oh, my feelings, more so from just from the fact that, like, dude, I don't like the negativity, man. I don't know. A negative work environment, especially one for reasons that are as idiotic as, oh, boo-hoo, the content creator said they don't like a character I like, or ooh, boo-hoo, the content creator didn't let the character that I wanted to win, it's just something that, like, in the back of my mind, no amount of money I could probably be making from this. Maybe if I was making like $1 million from making YouTube, it'd be fine, but, like, no amount of money is really worth just constantly being, not even constantly, just sporadically throughout a week being, called names and shit like that, or having my intelligence be put into question just because I don't agree with a person's take. In the comic, Oliver's girlfriend is a bug, similar to the one Nolan married in Season 2, but they changed it completely to make Tech Jacket's girlfriend instead. I mean, sure. I think that's sure. From my understanding in the comics, Oliver's DNA, his, like, bug DNA makes it so that he's actually attracted to, like, bug-looking women or whatever. That's why he ends up marrying, like, a lobster or something. Then say Arlong and Alvida. Then say Arlong and Alvida. Okay. Tech Jacket is not his girlfriend. Bro, your channel's very underrated. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. I think that for the most part, I've at least succeeded in making a community that, well, I'm not saying that, like, I'm gonna stop making content as a whole. I just want to kind of shift over. Yeah, he likes lobsters. I'm just saying that I want to, like, shift over. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing power scaling, or maybe I do stick to anime. Maybe I do, like, mini reviews on series. Maybe I talk about other stuff. But when it comes to, like, this kind of conversation of, like, oh man, the character, the guy put out an opinion about some fuck ass character from a series. Oh, he said that a character beats an entire verse. Oh, blah, blah, blah. People get way too fucking upset about that kind of stuff, dude. I don't know if it's worth it for me to, like, whether it's for mental health reasons or for whatever. I don't know if it's necessarily worth it. So that for me to, like, sit here and really try to argue with people, especially since it's just a constant state of being on the defensive, you know what I mean? Where it's like you're constantly being forced to, like, defend every single argument that you make. Not even argument, just every single thing that you say. It's just kind of exhausting, man. I'm not gonna lie. I can tell you to just put it aside. All I can say is that your opinion is valued, at least by me and others. I know it is, and it's not to say that, like, well, a person that doesn't like me's opinion is worth more than my own, worth more than you guys. Of course not. I would actually value all of your opinions more than any one of these people. But it's less that, and it's more so just the idea that with with topics like power scaling and even other topics like religion, etc., religion or politics, as I've discussed before, people tend to get very passionate about it. And I think that the passion isn't necessarily a bad thing. Passion isn't ever a bad thing for a lot of people, but it when used in certain ways, it can be considered bad. And I feel like for a lot of people, it's never about having a conversation. It's just about maintaining this idea that, well, the thing that I've believed in for a while is the only true objective truth of this world, and anyone who says otherwise is nothing more than well, let's just say it's nothing more than a dickhead, right? Like, if you don't agree with my random take about anime or whatever, if you don't interpret a statement or a feat, or if you say that a series isn't as good as people think it is, you're automatically this kind of an individual, and it's like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, I always try to create my platform off of the perspective that, I've always wanted to make a platform from the perspective that, like, power scaling is something that can be fun to talk about and it can be interesting. It's not something that necessarily, it isn't something that necessarily has to be a back and forth tribalistic battlefield where now we're trying to downplay and upscale and do all these things. You've been cooking in the text debate channels. We could check that out. We could definitely check that out. But yeah. Yeah, to put in dozens of hours into something for people just to knee-jerk respond to no and fuck you. If you're passionate, it will get under your skin. Yeah, and it's not even just from that perspective. It's just from the perspective of the content itself that... it's not even just from the perspective that, like, I put in, like, dozens to... Yeah, just dozens of hours into a piece of work or whatever. But it's not even just that. It's just the fact that, like, it just doesn't generate views. No matter how I choose to look at it, I'm not getting views. I get less than 10K consistently. I get 38K for this one, sure, but then when it's like videos that I'm more passionate about, like, what it means to fight Naruto, Bugs Bunny versus Luffy, One Piece, not even this one. Magellan versus Kabuto was actually really interested in that one. Even Sukuna versus Madara a year later is only at 10K. Like, I have to realize that, like, while my current situation isn't one that, like, necessitates me having to, like, put off YouTube for a while and, walk away and do other stuff, at the end of the day, I think my biggest issue is, wait, what is happening? Oh, shit, they're finally gonna kiss. It's been, what, 200 chapters? Jesus Christ. Alright, whatever. I don't know. It puts me in a position where I think that, at the end of the day, rent a girlfriend. What's new with rent a girlfriend? Let's just keep clicking through pictures. It just puts... Well, alright. It just puts me in a position where I'm just thinking to myself, like, man, it's just not sustainable making... This dude definitely eats beans. That's crazy. It puts me in a situation where I definitely just have to think, okay, well, let's be realistic about this. Am I gonna keep putting out content? Am I going to keep putting in dozens of hours worth of work into video content that ultimately takes me weeks to do just for me to get to less than 10K views and maybe a couple $100 a month? And by couple, I mean really on the low end, a couple, like, I don't know, man. I have to think about things from a more logistic standpoint, and I just have to be realistic about what I'm doing. And ultimately, I don't want to alienate my subscriber base, but I might just end up just doing something beyond power scaling and maybe go back to it every couple of months to, like, for like a really, like, base vanilla ass take that essentially at its best doesn't insult anybody. No matter what you do, how sincere, how passionate or genuine, people are always gonna be mad in this community. Don't let it get to you. If it does, definitely set boundaries. Yeah. Let's bully the negative people out of the stream for eons. No, don't bully them, though. That's the problem. There shouldn't be any act of bullying whatsoever. I know you don't necessarily mean it as in, like, try to kick them out, because then the community doesn't grow. It's fine for people to disagree. It's fine for people to say, hey, Eon, listen, so, like, I disagree with your scaling on, like, these points. Would you want to have a conversation about it? Like, or even then it's like, hey, you're crazy if you think that, like, the meteor that Madara dropped isn't, like, 10,000 meters, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what their take is, it's just, let them be, man. But at the end of the day, it's like, it shouldn't also get to the point where people are just coming into a stream randomly just saying, hey, man, fuck you, you know what I mean? Yeah, but in dozens of hours, it's something, yeah. Want a guaranteed high count? Put literally any Uchiha in the thumbnail. I would say, I would say, I guess, sure. That's funny. And okay, they won't kiss someone. They won't kiss. Someone is breaking that door down and stopping them. Trust. 100%. What about teen eating ASMR instead of power scale? No, I'm not doing that. Whatever it is, teen bean eating ASMR. It looks like I'm just in time. What's up, Luca? Oh wait, sorry, Luke. Gotcha. Fuck you mean only 38? You being minimum showed up to hear you. Oh, that I wasn't referencing that one. I was referencing more so like the other ones. I was actually surprised to see that one of them was actually 30k, 38k. This one I was surprised about. This one I was definitely surprised about. I'm not gonna sit here and act like this wasn't a lot of people. To be fair, this one actually did surprise me. But yeah. Yeah, I can't really like also sit here and complain too much. You're right. Like some of them do go past 10k, but it's after like a year or so, man. I don't know. I wasn't expecting like even tens of thousands of views like per video like consistently, but like man, it just feels like lately, at least like as far as like the most of the ones I've been putting out lately, they're just not doing just not doing as well. And I think that's just kind of demoralizing to an extent. You're right though, the 38k views, I should at least be looking at the ones that also do somewhat well, like what it means to fight Luffy, the Sukuna one, yeah, King versus Katakuri. This one wasn't too bad, and the reason why I never really count like this one and these four specifically happened around a time when my channel started just to blow up in views because of this one. I think like I got like the biggest advent of views, and these two videos combined were what like helped me monetize the channel, so I can't really be upset. These two though, they essentially got, oh, actually not even these two, these four came out, these two kind of came out within like the same like 2 to 3 month period. I remember that like I put these out within like around the same like 2 to 3 month period, like these two videos were doing well, so yeah, they actually did pretty well. It wasn't until like this one where like the views count started to like really drop. Be fair, most power sellers did get this kind of range of views as far as I see. Let's check them out. 6 from Tokyo. Let's check some out. 16k in 21 hours. Yeah, 100k from a year ago. Yeah, 13k from 7 years ago. 11k, 28k. Yeah, I'm like just below like I would say that like I'm just below like the average count. Yeah, I guess I just get too much in my head about it. I guess I do. Not gonna lie, using verse equalization, I think Itachi beats Big Mom, not because he outscales, but he just outhaxes. I think that he just gets massively fucking speed blitzed. I don't think he actively does anything to Big Mom. Yeah. No, you're right about that. I guess editing just takes too long for me, and I just take too. Editing does take too long. There's a couple of factors that go into it. I think it's just that like lately I've just been getting into my head a lot about just like the negativity that goes behind it. Even while actually, wait. If you do verse equalization, Itachi has no fucking scaling then. Sorry, he can't out-hacks Big Mom then. If you're verse equalizing, then Haki does technically out-hacks any kind of genjutsu just by flexing it out. If you're using verse equalization, then the argument is there. Hey, I found a Sage video debunking your Madara versus Kaido video. If it's Sage, if it's SB the Sage, I don't even remotely consider his video a debunk. I think that the guy tremendously downplays One Piece to an even more egregious extent than I do, and I downplay One Piece, to be honest. Yeah, no, I don't take anything from Sage as a debunk. I really don't take anything from Sage. If it's SB the Sage, I don't take anything he says as a debunk, and if it's Sage of Thick Calves, that person doesn't read One Piece. They don't know the first thing about One Piece scaling, so I just view theirs with like the biggest grain of salt. I think the last time I saw, no, yeah, the when they debunked one of my last videos, they needed to have another person there to just downplay all of One Piece. Yeah, no, those two guys I don't really consider like actual debunks. Even while transitioning into the Grand Line, it's obvious that things like devil fruits are far more common in comparison to the four blues. Okay, there was an image of devil fruits that I had a while back. I think it was in my old set. Let me look up an image of devil fruits, and then we're gonna what we're gonna do. Some shorts did well. Why didn't you continue them? Shorts take a while to make and write, and I just don't really have an idea for like how many more shorts I can really do. Like I don't really think of shorts. I think of full length videos. I was only doing the shorts because I had a couple of ideas already like backed up that I'm like, I can just cover these like really quickly, but I don't know. Shorts don't really do it for me. Besides, shorts actually make way less revenue, so I'd have to be making way more shorts in general just to push them out. And at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know. I don't like making them. I basically need like ideas for that. I'm like one of those people that like my when my motivation isn't there, I kind of just shut down. I kind of just shut down and like my productivity becomes like way worse. Was bogus, but it brought me to your channel as a result. Yeah, there's happy things that can come out of anything. You know what I mean? You gotta sometimes look at things from the things don't happen to you, they happen for you. And I don't view that debunk as like something that happened to me, more so as like something that it gave me a better perspective as to like some Naruto power scalers are where they come from. It also gives me a better perspective as to like what people how certain people are willing to downplay the series, but more so, I mean, if it brought any new kind of viewers or subscribers like yourself, I view that as a win. Ultimately, I view that as a really big win. Like genuinely. Cuz it in a way debunks like that essentially that it'll cause one of two things. Either people will simply take everything that they say at like face value and they'll take either everything that they say as like face value and just simply sit here and say like, oh well, yeah, oh no, this picture's terrible. Okay, I need a good image of devil fruits. We need some good image of devil fruits, but none of those are clean enough. Let's try this again. It creates debunks. It essentially helps a couple of people, push their agendas more and more. But I don't know, overall, it also does just helping people to your channel. So from that perspective, I am grateful because you make sense and you show your proof instead of just saying bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I try to. I don't know. A lot of the proof is still based on the basis of interpretation, so obviously not everything I say is objectively correct, but I also don't ever try to pass myself off as someone who is objectively correct. I always just base it off of the perspective that it is nothing more than an opinion, but my opinion is backed at least by a certain level of logic and evidence, and I think that overall that's what most people should try to do, where it's not always about making your argument the most ipso facto solid thing possible. It's more so just, does the argument make sense? Is the argument consistent? Does the argument support the evidence? Does it support the narrative? And then, by the metrics that you are going for, whether it's statements, feats, or narrative, is it consistent? Is everything that you're showing consistent within the context of the story? Good? Okay, then we're good. Devil fruits. We'll download this. And what do we do here? No, this isn't clean. I need a better image. Does anybody know what episode or chapter this image comes from? I need the episode or chapter where this comes from, because I want a really clean image, but I can't seem to find one. They're all kind of rough. Yeah, she uses the default should inflex law. Yeah, swords should complement long form videos. I guess. I think that maybe just stepping out of like the power scaling. Sorry, the Naruto versus One Piece end of it, and maybe going into more fan bases or more conversations. Oh, this is cute, but it's not what I'm looking for. No, but it's not. What if I go like this? Wait, let me try something. What if I save this as a PNG? What if I save this? Content, miscellaneous. No, it wasn't that. Let's go to profiles, miscellaneous, and then we'll do that. I want to try this out real quick. Yeah, we'll just try that. Why don't you use Google Lens? That's a good question. How do I use Google Lens on my computer? That's a very good question. Let's see. But yeah. Shorts would help during the waiting period of your videos, even with lower monetization, but it doesn't at all add up at a point. I guess. I don't know, man. With shorts, that's basically, I don't know, man. It's like, I don't want to do shorts. I think part of it is I just don't want to do shorts. If I just had to be honest, I think part of it is I just don't want to do shorts. And I think part of it is also because it's like, with shorts, again, it basically is find an idea, make a shitty, like, 30-second video over it. But I don't know. It's like, what then? You know what I mean? What then? Just make another one, but another one about what? It's like, I already struggle to, like, make videos on ideas that I do care about. So I have a tough time, like, figuring out what short I should make what I should make shorts on. I don't know. Maybe I'm just complaining. Maybe I'm just complaining and I'm just being stubborn. That might just be it too. I'm just complaining and I'm being stubborn and I'm just not accepting any new help. And this is what I mean when I say I get in my head. Like I just overthink shit too much. Love your channel because yeah, you make sense. I don't know if you actually do better, but maybe you should do some different series. I've been wanting to make game series. I've been wanting to make content on video games. I've been wanting to sit down and make content on other shit, but I'm just stuck on making this One Piece versus fucking Naruto Luffy fuck ass video, and it's like if I want to do it right, I have to read all of One Piece through and through again so I can have everything written down, so now I don't have anyone telling me, oh, you didn't read X, Y, or Z. No, I can show them. I have an entire X+ page document showing everything that I've written down for the story. But it's not even just for that. It's just to have the most well-rounded perspective that I can over both series. And it's just, man, it just takes so fucking long. I mean, I have more than 900 chapters left for it. Transitioning into the Grand Line, it's obvious that things like devil fruits are far more common in comparison to the four blues, where they are essentially something more akin to myth. The sheer number. Okay, we'll put this here. Let's see how this looks, and then we'll fuck around. We'll do it. I rarely get why you're so watched when you time people out you have different opinions on, and if someone has a different opinion, you get rid of them for a limited time. Oh. I can easily explain that. So if you don't actually have full perspective of my live streams, I don't know if Early Bird is still here. I have no fucking clue, but well, actually, before I even get into that, if Early Bird, if you're still here by any chance, you're more than well. Just let me know down in the comment, and I'll explain that real quick. Because I feel like if you're coming in from the perspective of only popping in every now and then, or popping in like once or twice, you're obviously not gonna fucking know. But yeah, if Early Bird's not here, I'm not gonna go out of my way to explain. Would you ever scale Black Clover or MHA? Dude, I don't even want to at this point. I don't want to even focus on fucking manga at this point. Like, that's the thing. I kind of just want to step away from power scaling fucking manga for a little bit. I think I just need something different. A collab idea. You and Satori could make a collab for a swordsman versus video, like Zoro versus. I don't know who Satori is. Never heard of them. Hockey. I do appreciate the idea though. Hockey might counter low-level genjutsu, but higher ones like Tsukuyomi probably work on big. Not as impressive as they are believed to be. I don't even think that's a hot take at least within the context of this group. The reason hockey isn't an instant win condition for Big Mom, it doesn't require her to use it instantly. She can use it, and it just puts her under genjutsu. We can still break out of it. Conquerors could get them out, but it's only if they recognize genjutsu, which is going to be a 72 hours Zeniki and nanosecond in the real world, which once you get out of the damage is already done. They will know it's genjutsu by observation hockey. Would Conquerors get them out of genjutsu? Can't be put under genjutsu anyway. They're talking about verse equalization. Satori's a One Punch Man scaler and a story writer. He's basically you, but for One Punch Man? Okay. Got you. That does a lot of the heavy lifting. Okay. Anyway. Fruits are farm. Alright, let's change this real quick. I'm just gonna do the editing for the video. We'll just see how we get through for the rest of the day. Even while transitioning into the Grand Line, it's obvious then say Arlong and Alvida. Even while transitioning into the Grand Line, it's obvious that things like devil fruits are far more common in comparison to the four blues, where they are essentially Okay. I need a statement about devil fruits real quick, specifically something from the early chapters. I don't know if I have any. A great guy, he did a couple collabs already, just an idea. Yeah, I appreciate that. I've never gone out of my way to actually hit somebody up for a collab. Usually I just had already conversations with like Stein Nixos or Usually I had conversations with like Stein Nixos or Aura where we just kind of yapped about it. I did offer them collabs every now and then, but that was just because I was already talking to them. But we never ended up getting to the point where we actually, did collabs. So, yeah, it would just boil down to me hitting them up. Devil fruits. I need to look up devil fruits again. Philosophical scaling instead of power. I don't know how that would work. I don't know. Well, but for power scaling, you need some kind of a metric, right? One second. Devil fruits are scattered around the blues. They don't appear. They're much more common in the Grand Line. 397. Surprise. Grand Line before. Each devil fruit has a unique appearance and documentation, although at least because as are renamed or rebranded. Discuss the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Yeah. Zoan Paramecia. No, but what we need right now. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Let's see. Okay. Ain't the same guy you timed out last time where he said something similar, something like, I can't believe why people like you. I don't know if it's the same person, but I mean, I'll put it like this, right? You guys don't need me to explain why I time people out, and it's not even something that I really started doing until I think about a couple months ago. Not even a couple months ago, I think about 6 months ago. Would you ever do videos debating religion or politics? Fuck! No, listen, I'm going to put it like this. I do not personally believe in any kind of God, and I'm a guy who stays specifically away from politics. I'm also a content creator who isn't educated to the point where he knows, let me put it like this, educated in politics or religion to the point where I can have full-on discussions about it, especially with people that are far more, that are far more well-versed in that sort of topic. Nobody wants to hear the opinions of a random-ass power-scaling YouTuber on politics, and more so, my beliefs on politics are the following. A country is its people, it's not its high-power citizens, it's not the rich, it's not anything like that, it's the people. We should do our best as a society to not be assholes to one another, and as far as religion goes, the only thing I like about religions are that they do try to teach to some extent good moral compasses, though people kind of fanaticize a lot of this stuff as well, both religion and politics. If I already get enough hate for something as stupid as power scaling, I'm not going to sit here and receive more hatred for fucking politics, dude. People get way too upsetty spaghetti about that kind of stuff. Baryon mode Leon versus Naruto as Kennedy. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, Baryon mode Leon might get fucked up because Baryon mode sucks. Anytime that anyone, especially whether it's a gamer, a power scaler, or anything of the sort, anytime that anyone that doesn't specifically already have a platform derived around news, politics, or anything of the sort, shows up and starts talking about politics, people just automatically also have a very annoyed perspective. It's like, oh, you had a bad takes on politics for whatever reason, even if you're just uneducated in that specific end of it. Oh, people will come at you for that shit, but I'm not doing that. Fuck no. I still have a Naruto fan feel like they feel the need to verse equalize. There's all kinds of exaggerators or hockey transcending all. I don't think that's it. Wrong take. Leon Solos. Early bird, were you dropped on the head? Because why are you so special in the head? Oh, right. And now I have to time you out because you're now insulting a person that A, isn't even here, so we're talking behind her back. And B, though I appreciate the energy in trying to, argue or defend or whatever the channel, I cannot condone the idea of telling someone to go get their head checked out because they disagree with you, man. I'm sorry. I just can't do that. It's not that serious. If they said they don't understand why people follow me, I'm not gonna put that entirely on them. They just don't. Imagine getting timed out in a chill conversation. I mean, I hope that kind of just goes to show I don't time people out because they disagree with me. I'm not just gonna sit here and have people insult each other over fucking takes like that, man. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. Okay. This is clearly not helping me. I need a chapter that specifically talks about devil fruits from like the early portions. Chapter 19 or episode 8, a young Shank discuss with Buggy. He can discover he can no longer swim. Brother, hot take for me, and I am a Naruto scaler. Sanji solos all forms of Naruto until KCM2. That's, I don't think... I would say for this group, that's definitely a hot take, but not from the perspective of like Sanji only soloing up to KCM2. I would say, man, Naruto, even in KCM2, gets knocked around into the sky by Sanji. Let's keep it civil, guys. Yeah, we're here to scale pirates and ninjas, not serious. Yeah, you don't have to... Listen, just because somebody doesn't like me personally doesn't mean that they have... Again, that we have to tell them to get their head checked out or their brain checked out. They're just not... They're allowed to not like me. That's the thing. I've never been someone who, like, cares if people like him or not. It's more so just like, yo, do we really have to get to the point where we have to get into insults, dude? Okay, I need something that specifies the devil. Specifically, like, devil fruits. Buggy. Yeah. Yeah, I would say that KCM2 Naruto would be probably too slow. Pirates are said to be physically stronger than ninjas. Are said to, or are we just going based on, like, the scaling of the story? Okay, let's just see. Don't be fooled. Infamous pirate. Yeah. Isn't Six Paths the only one that isn't Six Paths mode is the only mode that he used to get some solid FTL feats. You can argue that he does have an FTL feat for you can argue that he does have one against the Raikage if you believe the Raikage is light speed. Granted, as I've said before, I had very reason is way faster, but I have Naruto outscaling him around continental to multi-continental. How do you get Naruto to multi-continental? How do you get Naruto to multi-continental with KCM2? Can you explain that? I think Sanji is gonna speed blitz the life out of Naruto until what? Until Naruto lands a hit. You all need to get your heads checked out out of pure concern. We'd have to too if you all aren't healthy. Kindness, power scaling. No offense, but don't you think you could speed up the research process, which is the slowest part right now? I could, man. I really fucking could. But like, here's the thing. In order for me to speed up the process, I have to not stream whatsoever. I have to not stream whatsoever. If you want me to get everything done, I can do that. And honestly, if you guys are okay with me just saying, fuck it, no more streams for like the next couple of months, you guys just don't hear from me until the video's out, I can also do that. I do the live streams because I do enjoy my time talking to you guys. I do like building up this rapport, and I do like having these conversations with you guys. Stop stealing food. You dropped. Something's happening. Supposed to be that. I swallowed 100 million berries. Yeah. So you changed life. I can't get a treasure out. You know what? I'm just gonna go from chapter 1, and I'm just gonna... Nah, we want to hear you. I mean, that it does... Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. See, like, Aster... Here's the thing, but Aster's not wrong. And like... Maybe that you could argue, like, a whole, like, quality over quantity thing, but, like, Aster's not wrong either. I could do my best to try and speed up the process even more so. His arms stretched. Gum fruit, you'd eat this. I ate it for dessert. The gum fruit would be a rubber man. Because a rubber, you'll never be able to swim again. Or what? Okay. More importantly, ever since I ate the gum fruit, I became a rubber man. Yeah. The devil's fruit. The devil trees. Devil fruit trees. Of course you did. Floating around. Separate Zoro. What happened? Okay. 30 views and just 30 likes. Not fair. No, it's fine. KCM's best feat is they're destroying a mountain and maybe an island. Yeah, so I checked the data book for the life and it just says it's a light beam. According to ChatGPT, if you use the anime, Naruto has 1 light speed feat. Naruto's clones don't scale to him, by the way, especially if he has multiple. Yeah, I love listening to your streams in the background. I appreciate that, man. No, we need a specific statement that focuses on the rarity of devil fruits within the context of East Blue. Yeah, I definitely need something that focuses on that. Law is laughably slow and a horrible fighter, and you have the goal to make him win. I did have the goal to make him win because he does win. What makes him a horrible fighter and what makes him laughably slow? Does dodging a beam of light after it being shot with no prior movement speed shown, is that somehow mean that you're slow? Because that's basically an endgame Naruto feat. Like, if we're speaking about things from like the most objective standpoint possible, that is literally an endgame Naruto feat. I mean, I don't know what's the need for research again when you have the script already made and you can comb over feats and you don't have to reread it. It's the biggest waste of time. The reason why I'm doing it is because there's plenty of feats that I can talk about that I haven't necessarily focused on within the video, and it would be a nice little sum up of the entirety of like One Piece versus Naruto scaling. I want the video to not just be Naruto versus Luffy, but to sort of be like a pseudo me expressing the differences. Eon, he has zero technique. He just swing, while 78 has technique, skill, and prowess. Okay, but what does that matter when he has speed, objective durability, and power over the Naruto-verse? What does that matter? Who cares about skill, technique, and prowess, as you're pointing it out, if a character can just physically outstat them in every way imaginable, and there's really little to no argument you can make? Like, what's the point? Like, who cares? Like, you can have... let me put it like this. Who would you rather put your money... Like, if you had... Let me put it like this for you guys, right? Let me put it like this for you guys. Who would win? Who would win? Peak human martial arts master versus a teenager with superpowers and light speed. With superpowers and light speed. Who would win in a fight? The answer is extremely fucking simple. No one's gonna say that a peak human martial arts master is going to beat a guy who can literally overpower them physically 10 times out of 10 in every single scenario possible. Who, at that point, what are we talking about? I have Juby, bare minimum, a continental, kind of weird, but the Ten Tails bombs would create a storm across the entire continent, which I have a continental. When did the tailed beast bombs create an entire storm across the continent? When did that happen? Was there a tailed beast bomb that was shot that covered the continent? No, right? JJK is not stat based, so I don't know what you're on about, what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about because you're bringing up a guy who has... I meant stats don't matter in JJK. So now we're talking about a completely different character because at first you were talking about Law, now you're talking about JJK stats? Alright. Now this. Okay, I need a specific statement. Okay. What chapter do they talk? What chapter do they reference the devil fruit trees? I need something from like the early arcs to like depict East Blue. There is no chapter. Okay, so this shit is just completely fucking useless. This thing is just completely useless. Captain Morgan? You sure? You sure it's Captain Morgan? We just kind of went by that. I guess I'm gonna read it. I'm just gonna read it through. Fuck it. The Ten Tails Tempechi. Ah, okay, so it was the Tempechi. That's what we were referencing. Okay, Captain Morgan. He talks about devil fruits to some detail. Duty-bound criminal, respect, yeah. Monument for my greatness, finally complete. I'm gonna go up there, show statue attacking, kill him, Surround the rascal, reputation beneath me, yeah. Yeah, government label. The brat's no ordinary human. He must have eaten one of those devil fruits. A treasure, the sea itself. What are those devil fruits? Okay, and time bullets can't hurt him. Yeah, I'll just take this image. It doesn't matter. I'll take this image. Content, One Piece, East Blue. There we go. Okay, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That was very helpful. It correlates because you need to think about, you need to have more better stats to win for law. When in JJK it doesn't mean anything. You can be strong. Okay, but no one's talking about JJK, and JJK is a series that follows different lines of logic and reasoning. Also, yeah, law would still completely overpower every single JJK character in terms of physical fucking stats. So again, you haven't won anything. Jesus Christ. See, this is also part of the problem, and this is what I also mean, where it's like, people kind of just go into this shit just to kind of just say, like, I win. Like, oh, congratulations. You want an applause? You think you won? So you want an applause? You want us to give you a round of flowers? You want some cookies? Oh man, you went into a chat. You got on your phone or on your computer. You started chatting in a freaking online, you started chatting in a live stream, and you said, and for whatever reason, now you're trying to say, oh, I won the argument, man. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? So this isn't even about you, for us having a discussion. No, this is just you saying, oh, you have the gall to say X, Y, Z. Yes, I do. Oh, but you're wrong, so I win. Okay? No? What the fuck? What are you talking about? We could have a discussion, or you could try to turn this into some kind of pseudo weird-ass debate. You could do it if you want. I don't personally care, but at that point, I'm just not entertaining it. We can have a discussion about things, or we can actually, you know, have a real conversation. Or we can just move on ahead and, sure, I just keep yapping about what it is that I'm yapping about, but sure. Okay, I'm very still firm on Hagoromo soloing the fight with Law. Maybe not Luffy due to Toon Force, creation of all things in Afterlife Transcendence low diffs. How does Afterlife Transcendence no diff? Genuinely curious about that. Okay, we're gonna use that one chapter, but I do want maybe one more. Juxto Express, Devil Fruits. Because I am gonna bring up Dalton. Who were the characters that I brought up in my, Let me look that up real quick. Okay, power cliffing. It was Pell, Arlong. No, it wasn't Arlong. Right here. It was Pell, Mr. Five, Miss Monday, Kinemon, and Kanjuro. Okay, so I do need the chapters where those characters are introduced. I think we'll go for that in a little bit. But we'll just go beyond this fucking series of chapters. I don't think it matters enough. See, you're laughing, but you just know I'm the type of guy who always smiles on my face knowing I'm ready, confident, and mentally prepared and victorious. No, that just sounds goofy. I'm sorry, that just sounds really fucking goofy. Just feels like there's a lot of insecurity when they sort of name-calling or I win bullshit. Yeah. Bro came in here to talk about One Piece versus Naruto and then say, well, in JJK it doesn't matter, therefore I win. What kind of logic is that? I don't get it. If it's a dit and it isn't black, then it's Eon Upscale. Alright. Wait, does that mean that... Wait, does that mean that my dick is smaller than all black dicks? What are you talking about? That's dumb. Yeah, we just... yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna keep clicking around until I find a specific, like, Devil Fruit statement for, these characters. I think it might be, like, the Goza Village one, then. Maybe it's, like, Goza Village. Law can't get past any jutsu. He has no counter to the jutsu. What? Okay, so you're telling me that Trafalgar Law can't beat Fireball Jutsu? You're telling me Trafalgar Law can't beat the Mudwall Jutsu? Come on now, man. You can't genuinely believe that. I mean, if you do, sure, whatever. That's sure, you're allowed to believe that. I don't personally care. If you wanted to scale a series I was familiar with, would telling you where to look speed things up, or would it change nothing since you want the full context? It would change nothing because I need the full context. I'm not comfortable with like making a scaling video unless I have the entire full context of a series. If I can't sit here and work out entirely where the writers are coming from, what's Law's heat resistance? Are you seriously asking me what Law's heat resistance is? Huh. I mean, sure. We can talk about that. What is it, like chapter 101? Yeah, it's like 101. Right here. Right here. Took an attack from a ball of fire that Big Mom turned into a sun. Yeah. Yeah, right here. Just chooses to tank the fucking hit. Just gets burned by it. And then just walks out of it. Yeah, standing right there. Still chilling. Okay. Okay. Why are you verse equalizing? I don't verse equalize. That's quite literally the opposite of what I do. I never verse equalize. I don't agree with it, I don't believe in it, and I don't think it's, I don't think it gives us the best answer for who would actually win in a fight. Jesus Christ, I can't seem to find anything on fucking devil fruits, dude. Crazy how little Luffy's devil fruit. Okay. People forget about the Don Chinja continent splitting feat. Yep. Are in jutsu mimicking the actual element, like it's still chakra, like devil fruit shootout. Be unaffected by most water jutsu, even crocodile. You legit think Law can counter the jutsu you're verse equalizing, dude? I'm not. A jutsu, there's no reason for me to believe that a jutsu would be unaffected by room. There's, objectively speaking, zero reason for me to entertain the idea. He lives in the pure land transcendent over death. He can walk the dead and living worlds. He's also the one passing his children's souls on through time. He says it when he sees it in Naruto. Fantastic. How does that equate to his attack potency? Eon, don't tell me. Are you supporting Mihawk Upscale? You see the light? That's beautiful. No, I just made the funniest thing I could think of in the moment. That the ten-tail spreading across the planet, yeah, but that doesn't equate to attack potency in the slightest bit. So, I mean, I don't know. If you think room can interact with jutsus, dude, actually it's quite the opposite. There is no reason for me to believe that a jutsu would be incapable of being affected by Law's room, because it affects everything inside of its boundaries without the need for verse equalization. If it is an object inside room, Law can manipulate it, and jutsu would be considered objects inside of room. So no, that is not verse equalization. Verse equalization would be like saying that Genjutsu works on Naruto characters because they have an organ, because they now have an organ, sorry, One Piece characters, because they would now have an organ that allows them to manipulate the chakra inside their body. I couldn't fit at all. He has creation of all things and he can't die. Creation of all things turns fantasy into reality. It's an open book he can do to Law. Not necessarily. The only thing creation of all things ever does is split all the ten tails into nine-tailed beasts. And the sub-application of Izanagi, which just allows the person to come back to life if they died. Or I guess get like a redo if they die. So, no. No. It's not. The creation of all things isn't just what I do whatever the fuck. What organ? The chakra network. We've discussed this many times, One Smart. Okay, none of this is necessary. Dude, there's no way I'm about to get through all of fucking East Blue. There's no way we're about to get through all of fucking East Blue, man. Yeah, that's how it's used. That doesn't mean that's all it's capable of. It's in the jutsu's description. Okay, so how would he use it? How would he use it offensively in a fight? Because if you can't express to me how he would use it offensively in a fight in a canon manner, it's a meaningless argument in my opinion. It doesn't add anything to the discussion. It's just, well, he can do this, but that's headcanon. He can do that, but that's headcanon. If I don't see Hagoromo actually do something with creation of all things in an offensive manner, it just means nothing to me ultimately. Do you have evidence that Room can interact with Jutsu? Show the panel. It affects literally everything inside of it unless it's coded in Haki. That's the evidence. Because by your logic, then that just means that Jutsu just don't work on law then, I guess. Jutsu apparently just don't work. I've been seeing this poll on YouTube and says 1 Mojulo Yuji versus 10 Gojo, who wins? Dude, that's 10 Gojos. I don't know, man. I would say probably Gojo. Marineford arc, Luffy Negs versus show panel that interacts with a One Piece character. Still waiting for your chapter reference. You could counter and interact with most jutsu with regular objects. Spatial manipulation is practically still undefeated. With most jutsus with regular objects. Spatial manipulation is practically still undefeated. Creation of all things is an esoterically described as starting fantasy thriller. What is it really? But what it really does is shape and mold chakra and split into new stuff out of raw materials. That's the thing. It's so open that what are the limits? It's Heisen's Hogyoku, however it's spelled all over again. Not really, because the Hogyoku really just turns the user's desires, wishes into desires. Wishes or desires into reality. But in this case, all it really did was just turn Aizen into a half hollow, half Shinigami hybrid. That's really all it did. Well, let's say that you'd argue that jutsu can interact. Let's not say that you'd argue jutsu can interact with law. So if jutsu can interact with law, then that means law can interact with jutsu. So therefore, room works. It's that simple. It's not a complex topic of conversation. If you're going to sit here and tell me that room doesn't work on jutsu, then I'm going to tell you that jutsu don't work on law. It's that simple. And if we're going to go on this bullshit, then we're just going to have this constant, endless, needless back and forth of, well, now show me the panel where law has been affected by a Naruto-style ninjutsu, and you're not going to be able to show me anything. If you're going to tell me that jutsu interact with law, then by sheer virtue, law can interact with jutsu. By that very logic, see, the cornballs are the reason I want to see you stream. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't call them cornballs, but yeah. Like the logic just doesn't apply the way you want it to apply in such a way that you think, oh, well, you're going to get me in some gotcha moment. Either it works or it doesn't, and if it doesn't, fantastic, then I guess now law is just unaffected by all ninjutsu, so therefore he just speed blitzes the entirety of the Naruto-verse because they're all still affected by physical blows. It's that simple. Talking to people, man, they infuriate me. No, you're just disingenuous. You are just being disingenuous now. You're just trying to make an argument that says, ha, gotcha, I win. And this isn't even talking because you're just trying to get a win here. This isn't about, if you wanted to have an actual discussion, we can have an actual discussion. But if you're just going to try to go in here with bad faith arguments on some BS logic, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm just going to hit you back with the same BS logic and then you're just going to get upset. It's not, I told you, it's not about winning. It's just about the person trying to get their own bullshit rhetoric or agenda off, man, and it's not even funny. Like, there was a conversation. There was this conversation that like one of our old mods, Thine, he mentioned, I think it was like last week. I never got a chance to talk about it, but I was like, just because everybody can power scale doesn't mean that everybody should power scale. And I'm not the type of person that generally likes to like, go out of his way to what is it? What's it called again? Fuck. What's it called again when like you try to like keep people away from something? Gatekeep. Yeah, I'm not a person that necessarily likes to gatekeep this kind of stuff, but there was gatekeeping. There was a video actually. Let me before we go about this, the worst driver in Canada. Let me show you guys. This is an old show that I came across once. And this gentleman right here, this is a series called The Canada's Worst Drivers. And there was a season where this guy ended up he ended up trying to do driving lessons for this lady. So the premise of the show is that they take drivers across Canada that essentially have either a reason, whether it's neurological or maybe just they don't care about the laws and rules of driving. They essentially go to the show where this guy takes away their licenses, and then he basically keeps their licenses away in a box, and he goes with multiple experts and multiple professional drivers, and he essentially goes out of his way to try and teach them how to drive. And there was a point with this lady where she was so fucking bad at driving. She was so bad at like everything that she did when it came to driving. Bro, she would literally pull out her phone on every single moment that she would get a chance to while driving, just so she could like not be bored or whatever. It was so bad to a point where like she was hitting every single cone, every single turnstile. Like she just couldn't do anything right, bruh. And it got to a point where even like right here, she's basically like on her phone before even starting up the text because she just didn't want to do it. This is her brother, by the way. It was a really fascinating episode. It got to a point where this guy sat with her in a car, He basically said like, you are probably the worst driver we've ever had. And, you're probably the worst driver like we've ever seen here. And he legitimately asks her, and the reason why I come back to, and the reason why this correlates back to power scaling, because he asks her, do you think there are certain people who maybe have like something in their brain that isn't wired properly to allow them to like, drive, right? Like, do you think there are certain people out here who probably should never be behind the wheel of a car, right? It's a concept that like it's the first thing that I immediately thought about when one of our old mods made that comment, because it got me thinking like, there's probably an argument to be made that there are certain people out there that probably can't fully grasp the entirety of a concept. Not to say that they shouldn't do it, or like if they really wanted to and they try their best to do it, that they end up succeeding at it. If they can, I mean, that's honestly wonderful. But I feel like there are certain people out there who like take the whole idea of power scaling and like they just turn it into something that it really shouldn't be, or that it isn't, right? Where it's like, if you are seeing everything from such a drastic perspective where it's always just a back and forth of I'm going into any one of these discussions just so I can win, are you really wired to even do the whole power scaling conversation? Because for power scaling, you need to have at least an open enough broad perspective to be able to at least accept, in my opinion, I feel like you should have at least a broad enough perspective to say, okay, even if I believe the scaling for a character that I presented or that somebody presents to me, can I outright rule any other potential line of scaling for a character, especially if it shows some level of consistency or logic to it, or especially if it's backed up, right? Like, yeah, sure, you can say that Naruto's continental. I can sit here and argue, well, what's the continental feat? And you can give me a bunch of different stats. You can even give me some calcs, and I'll be like, well, I don't agree, but hey, listen, if you can get Naruto to continental or to planetary through fucking actual calcs and stuff like that, sure, listen, I'm not going to tell you that that's wrong, because at the end of the day, I don't personally care that much. I would say I don't agree, but I'm not going to tell you that that's wrong, right? At the end of the day, if you can get Naruto to through calcs to planetary or continental or multicon, I think that's fine. Honestly, it's not my metric. I don't go by pixel scaling. I don't go by calcs, but I think that's fine, right? If you use some etymology, some ontology, or some weird philosophical reasons to get a character up to a higher scale, will I agree with it? No, but am I going to tell you it's wrong? No. I mean, like, okay, I could see where you get the character through that logic of reasoning, but I'm not going to sit here and say, no, that's just objectively wrong, blah, 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 right? I'm just saying, if you're going to go into this whole thing where it's like, okay, well, I like Naruto. I learned about Naruto power scaling. Oh, what? You're saying that Naruto isn't the scaling that the one guy that I watched from a video from like 4 years ago said? Oh, nope, you're wrong. Here's why I'm right. And then you bring up other random ass series without your argument ever even having any kind of congruent, comprehensive, or even synergistic logic. It's like, well, Goku loses to Kirby because in Super Smash Brothers, Kirby beat out the Galeem from World of Light, or I don't know, it's some BS like, well, the reason why Mario beats Sonic in a fight is because in Pokemon, there's a Pokedex entry that says, and then you just throw in some bullshit like black holes, right? From like Gardevoir or whatever. I don't know, man. It's like, when it reaches that level of logic, I'm just like, you know what? Maybe, no, Steinixos wasn't a mod. Maybe, and just in my opinion, maybe you should try to reframe your perspective on scaling and probably just see that, hey, there's more than one perspective that you can have on it. Not saying that my perspective is the correct one, not saying that you have to look at it from my way, just saying, hey, you know, this is consistent, this is well shown, I'm not downplaying the characters, etc., 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 blah, 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 blah. Or, you know, you can just continuously go on some BS logic like, well, the character looks stupid, therefore they must be whack. I don't know. Most people are interested in these arguments are teenagers and young men. They're not good at interacting with people in general. Feels like watching an antisocial schizophrenic yapping. I've seen that, it's way funny. If you're were familiar with the general context of a series, would it telling you where the relevant feats are helpful? Yes, if I understand where the general context of the series is, it would actually help me quite a bit. It would, no. It would, you're not being incessant. Let me be clear, Aster. I will never tell someone, especially if they're trying to help me with my content, that they're being incessant about anything. And I think that's completely fine. For example, just to go back, if I read through a series, let's say Fairy Tail or Elden Ring or whatever, and then you give me like the general like area of like where the relevant feats are or whatever, I would always appreciate that. I would never say, no, that's bad. People, certain things should be gatekept from certain people. A 10-tail storm was able to create tectonic activity, which is 10 to the 15th power tons of TNT, which is 157 petatons, meaning it's continental to multi-continental. Right, so for example, Tamari. If Tamari argues this for the 10-tails, well, I would personally say, well, I don't agree because at the end of the day, it's not stated or implied within the context of the story. Sure, fine, but that's just my reasoning as to why I don't agree with it. At the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and tell Tamari, well, no, this information's wrong because of blah, 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 blah. No. Here's the thing. If Tamari can get if Tamari is scaling Naruto from a perspective of calcs, and this is what the calcs yield, this is what the calcs potentially yield them, I think that's fine. Believe it or not, I'm never going to sit here and tell a person, oh, hey, your calc thing, at least your calc thing is like the objectively wrong assumption or whatever. I'm just going to be like, well, I don't agree by the metric. Sure, if you believe that, sure, fine, but my biometrics, I just don't agree. And that's really what it is. So she is too good a driver as so she is to good drivers as Naruto's power scalers are to cross versus scaling, kind of. Suigetsu has no issues with physical blows. If you're scrapping, then Suigetsu being a problem. Yeah. Do you think the 10-tails creating tectonic activity is high in scaling? I think it's fine. I think if you go again by your calc, I have no reason to dispute it. I mean, if you can get that kind of activity and multiple people can get the same kind of yield for the 10-tails, even if it's like, even if like the values are somewhat off, even if you get like the same consistent length of scaling through calcs, I think it's fine. Do I personally agree with it? No. Would I personally say that the 10-tails is continental because of that? No, absolutely not. I would never argue that because it's not stated or implied within the context of the story. You're using real world math for it. But at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. My metric at the end of the day isn't what has to matter to you. All that seems to matter to you is the scaling consistent? Is the scaling logical? And does the scaling at least provide some level of consistent knowledge throughout the entirety of the claim or of the scaling itself? I simply think that people get too emotionally attached to power scaling circles. More specifically, I feel like they correlate to more powerful verse equals the better series. This has always been the case, and this has always been the biggest issues, right? This has always been the case, and this has always been the biggest issues, which is why I have such a massive issue with it as a whole, and which is why I'm like, this is all just a matter of tribalism at the end of the day. It really is what it is. It's just a matter of tribalism, and I don't know how else to describe it other than that. You know what I mean? I agree 100% with the comparison. You have to be able to accept other logic from people if they can give proof. Yeah. It's possible to fight Law when adult Sasuke and reanimated Minato when the Nine-Tails teleporting around with him. If you've seen the DBS manga, it's Goku versus Granola teleport fighting inaccessible speeds. Yes, but now you're bringing up a separate story to now say, well, adult Sasuke and reanimated Minato can do this, when no, Minato, I would argue, yes, Minato can teleport consistently from his kunai, but his kunai give obvious markers as to where he's going to go. Law is faster than him, even if the teleportation isn't. Law can just pick up all of the kunais and just toss them into one location. Minato's no longer teleporting wherever he wants. As for Sasuke, he never teleports more than once back to back, so I have no reason to entertain that. I'd like to see where'd you get the info from. They mentioned tectonic activity in the panel. Yeah. Okay. Nah, Kirby does diff. It's plainly stated he is infinite. Yeah, okay, sure. You got the GV Pirate top tier. Yeah. God Valley top tiers, or the new Yonkos replace Buggy with the Kogoat I'd probably say new Yonkos at this point. Yeah, Kirby is a monster, but like it's the point is not to like most issues. It's ignorance. Yeah. Rohan, yeah, okay. I can't wait to see the upcoming Elden Ring movie to scale. I think it would be interesting. I think the new Elden Ring movie would, yeah. I've heard about it. I think it'll be interesting to have. Only determined on how far the earthquakes was felt via power scaling like NYC apartments, usually overrated prices, feats, and small spaces story. Yeah, yeah, true. Okay. Now, would you say it's fair to put certain feats higher than shown if there are lower reasons for it to be possibly higher? I would say it's potentially possible, but you need something to like legitimately back it up. For example, a friend of mine and I were talking about like Asura's Wrath yesterday. So yesterday I hung out with my friends Michael and Casey. Sometimes they show up on stream. Ashura's Wrath. And we were talking, and we were just showing Michael, like, the first boss fight of Asura's Wrath, and it got to the point where we were like, yeah, the first boss is planetary, and then we kind of just show Gongen Wizen, and we're like, yeah, the dude's like twice the size of the fucking planet. I would say it'd be a problem if he wasn't fucking planetary, you know what I mean? Especially considering, again, the size and power of the character, right? But then, you know, when Asura's fighting other characters like August, you can argue that the feats, are less impressive. You can argue that, like, his feats are potentially less impressive simply because, you know, August does put, like, a blade through an entire planet, whereas Wizen only tried to, like, cover a small area of the planet with his finger, but also considering the size and scale of it, you know, it really just depends on what you think is more important, right? But, the point here is that even if you wanted to argue that for whatever reason August wasn't as powerful or whatever, which again, just look at the scale of like the attacks that they're doing, you could still say, well, maybe August isn't the best example. I could probably talk with like another example within the context of the story, but you could still argue that like Asura is planetary because of shit like this. You know what I mean? Michael Kirby is too damn small and pink to be a genuine top tier in the versus battles. I couldn't be happier for him. What kind of a fucking continent is only a few kilometers across? That's a good question. I mean, I think Whitebeard's intense tectonic activity is continental multi-continentals. They were both okay. I think it's interesting. Tectonic activity is a huge area. What happens because of tectonic activities could be a small city AP level. A quick radius says around 40 kilometers by some pixel calcs. Again, the continent is only 40. Yeah, okay, you guys are just talking about calcs at that point. That's fine. Isn't the Naruto able to get up to continental even if it's non-canon? Not necessarily, unless you have like some kind of actual reasoning for it. You basically... Within the actual context of the story, there's nothing that can get him up there. Within the actual context of the story, you have to use, like, calcs, essentially. What are you talking about? I'm just giving you an objective claims backed up by literally the source and all respected YouTubers who probably agreed with me 1,000 times rather than not. See, the fact that, again, you're saying objective claims while you're bringing up JJK in front of a Naruto versus One Piece discussion this is what I mean. Like, I'm sorry, but... you give, at least from the comments that you make, the type of personality or the type of wiring, I guess you could say, that implies you're just not understanding anything that we're saying. And I just don't know, man. It kind of just backs up my idea that, like, maybe not everybody is cut out for power scaling. I don't know, dude. The sheer number of Devil Fruit users that we are introduced to offers a form of natural power creep for the coming arcs. Now, we can have both friend and foe display different abilities. The sheer number of Devil Fruit users that we are introduced to offers a form of natural power creep for the coming arcs. Now, we can have both friend and foe display different abilities into Myth. The sheer number of Devil Fruit users that we are... Sheer number of Devil Fruit users. So we had Luffy, Buggy, right? It was just Luffy and Buggy. Then we have Smoker. Then we have... Now, we can have both friend and foe display different abilities and utilities based on what they're done. You know what? I'm going to get a picture of Smoker. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get a picture of Smoker. We're going to get a picture of Smoker. It was... Let's go back. So here's what we're going to do. I got it. I see it. We'll do Alabasta. We'll do Whiskey Peaks. We'll open up Alabasta. We'll do the Whiskey Peaks section. We also need Dalton, so we'll do that. I think we'll do Pell as well. We'll do Conjuro and... We'll do Smoker, and we will do Kinemon. Yeah, we will do Kinemon as well. So do you plan on hurting my feelings then? I'm not hurting your feelings. I'm just saying, dude, You're looking at this entirely from the perspective of you're coming in here to fucking win an argument with someone that isn't A, trying to argue with you, or B, even under the guise that you're trying to, even under like this guise that you're trying to make, you're basically going under this weird ass assumption that like, oh yeah, you're trying to get some weird kind of a victory out of a conversation with a random YouTuber, and then you're going out of your way to say that everything you're saying is objective and followed by the story. But what have you said that is objective or is following the narrative of the story? Because all you've said is, well, Doll's Devil Fruit doesn't work against Naruto characters, but how is that objective? What's up? I want to live from Pirate Warriors 3 is my favorite track. I'm so glad you're using it. Oh yeah, it's very good. It's very good. I said before that I can definitely argue Hagoromo's, Yuha Baha. What's this? Yuha Baha. I'm just reading Yuha Baha level hacks and full adult Naruto last outstanding law with full moon feats. He punched the moon. He punched moon moving Toneri out. Okay. Cool. Fantastic. He gets blitzed and cut into pieces. Naruto's arsenal is absolute trash against law. Yeah, Naruto doesn't do a single damn thing against law. A lot of people think, I think a lot of people who get into power scale are either too young or too emotional and get the wrong lessons from the discussion. You shouldn't aim to be right. You should learn to learn from one another, or you should at least try to come at it from at least an open enough perspective where you're able to discuss topics of conversation without it necessarily getting into becoming anything more than what it actually is. Ooh, we're definitely using this. Yeah, we'll definitely use this. Okay, so we'll use that, and then we do... Now, we can have both friend and foe display different abilities, and... Where is it that the Tentail's Cataclysm was felt across the planet? It's never remotely implied that it's felt across the planet. The Tentail's Cataclysm is consistently shown to just affect the area that they're in, and it makes the battlefield that they were already on spread slightly more. Using multimedia examples as a phenomenon is low-key showing a wider lens of scaling as your standards are set by the pitfalls following only one series. Alright, if you hadn't made Trafalgar Law win, I wouldn't have been upset. I mean, it's your fault you're upset. It's not my fault you're upset. You feel you have the power and the capacity to control your own emotions, and if you can't do that, that's genuinely not my problem. Now, we can have based on what their devil fruits can do. This is further proven with the environments of the Grand Line, and later on This is further proven... Okay, so we'll go up to here. So now we'll do Dalton. Who were the characters that we mentioned? It was Dalton, Mr. Five, and Miss Monday, Kinemon, and Kanjuro. So we'll do Dalton, we'll do... Yeah. Got it. Let's do Drum Kingdom. When does Dalton first transform? We'll use this panel. I think we might... We can have both friend and foe display different abilities and utilities based on what their devil fruits can do. This friend and foe, so we'll do Dalton. Yeah. That's one of the things that I really liked about, like, the post-time skip, the Grand Line era of One Piece, that it does give you this perspective that, like, they are so much more common. You're 6 seconds away from getting mad? Yeah, it sounds like a you problem. I think you should aim to win a debate. Problem is, these people don't know what winning a debate means. It's not screaming till the other guy quits. Well, my thing is never about... Well, it's not... my thing is not necessarily about, like, having debates. At the end of the day... I like discussions rather than debates because discussions lead... Because when you're having a debate with someone, the point of the debate is to win. Now, I'm not saying that within the context of power scaling, debating isn't a thing. I mean, I think debates... debates are a natural form of are a natural solution for people to try and express how their power scaling stacks up to maybe another person's power scaling. And I think that's fine, right? There's no issue with that, but I'm not talking about from the perspective of debating. Obviously, when it comes to debate, there has to be a winner, etc., etc., etc. But like, I don't mean it so much from the perspective of like, oh, well, hey, let me see something. I don't mean it so more so from like the perspective of like, oh hey, well, we shouldn't have debates at all. You know, debates are blah blah blah. I have an issue with debates personally, but that doesn't mean that everyone else has to have an issue or that you guys have to agree with the notion that like, well, we should just remove debates from a whole. And I'm not saying that. No. What I am saying is that in general, the idea of power scaling should be to have is to not only be able to quantify and express the idea of how how powerful characters can be, and if you want to turn it into a debate, maybe say a debate on whether or not a character is this powerful or so powerful, maybe stronger or weaker, or whether or not it's a debate about who would win in a fight between two completely separate characters from the same series or a separate series. That's a little different. I'm coming more so from the perspective of like, if you're walking in somewhere, let's say like, okay, like how the omniscient guy came in, right? If you're coming in from the perspective of like, okay, well, you have the gall to say this and that. I'm not having a debate. I'm having a conversation with you. Okay, you say I have the gall to do that. Okay, sure. So what exactly is the gall for me, right? What exactly is the issue with me saying what I'm saying, right? I'm not here to debate you. I don't care to actually have a debate because there's no debate to be had. Nobody here is judging it. Nobody here is going to be quantifying who did the best points or whatever. I'm just here to say, why do you think I have the gall to say it? Where do you scale Law? How powerful do you think he is? And blah, 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 blah. But they're obviously trying to make points such as, oh, hey, well, because of JJK, Law can't outstat Naruto or the rest of the verse. What the fuck does that even mean? At that point, that's not even a conversation. That's just them expressing how they feel because that's their problem. What do them fruits taste like? From my understanding, double fruits taste terribly. Taste like absolute garbaggio, but I don't know, man. I would hope that like the devil fruit, I would hope that at least some of the devil fruits tasted good, even the ones that like kind of look more appetizing, me personally, but like, I gotta be real with you, man. It's kind of rough. It's kind of rough. Here's the thing. You need two people to debate, and I don't debate, so you're basically just arguing with yourself. What chapter are we introduced to Kanjuro? Chapter are we in? What chapter is Kanjuro introduced? 700. Okay. Do I have... No, we'll just look it up real quick. We'll call it a truth if you just agree with me. No, I'm not going to agree with you. I'm not going to agree with you, my guy. It's not that serious. Nobody... Who the fuck would eat crocodile's fruit? I mean... Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, I don't think being a chop chop person would be the worst thing ever, because think about it for just a second, right? Think about it for like just a second, right? If you eat the chop chop fruit, you might be one of the greatest magicians of all time. You can literally tell people to saw you in half. You can literally have a giant fucking like... what do you call those again? A guillotine. You can have like a giant ass guillotine, sit yourself right there, and just have the guillotine like drop right on top of you, and people would like freak out or whatever, and you can just make it into like the world's craziest fucking magic trick. Like there's utilities for so many devil fruits that you can use it, and I'm literally going to forgive you if you only just... I'm not going to agree with you, and I don't need your forgiveness. Your forgiveness means little to nothing to me. Why are we talking about Mihawk upscaling? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we're talking about Mihawk upscale. Everything is Mihawk upscale, buddy. If it has a black blade, and it isn't black, it's Mihawk upscale. It is, objectively speaking, Mihawk upscale. Kanjuro first appearance. 754. Jesus Christ, why didn't you just give me it that far from that time? I guess first introduced and first appearance are two completely separate fucking things, man. You haven't really missed much. Why is my man tripping, bro? I don't know. A real life devil fruits? Yeah, they would be a huge fucking problem. Yeah, that would be a problem, though. Definitely a money-making fruit. The gold fruit would go hard. I feel like the gold fruit would definitely go hard. We're going to Dressrosa. Save. Okay, now we got Conjuro. Kinemon. I think... what chapter does Kinemon... full body... Fuck it, I'm just gonna do it the hard way. Okay, we have to go a bit farther. Because Kinemon isn't fully given his body until... Yeah. Okay. A chop person being chopped is pretty bad. How is it pretty bad? They literally just fly around and then just do their own little thing. You know what I'm saying? This is Punk Hazard. Oh, we already have it. Sweet. So it's 672. Let's go back. 672. Punk Hazard. 672. 672. And utilities based on what their devil fruits can do. This is further proven with the environments of the Grand Line and later on the New World, where only ships that have competent and powerful enough crews can continue their voyages. As we move This is further proven with the environments of the Grand Line and later on we'll do it here. Law is too slow, too weak, or to damage or blitz Naruto plus One Piece FTL feats are just invalid. See, there you go again. You say things, but you don't back up anything of it. Eon doesn't get the slang pun. No, I get the slang pun. I get what chopped means. If you're a chop user, then you're chopped. I know what it means. But, like, what do you want me to tell you, right? Like... You're chopped, you're corny, you're an asshole, but like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, being a chop person, I mean, yeah, you would be, by sheer nature, you would be chopped, but like, I mean, what do you want me to tell you? And later on, the New World. Okay, so, what, guys, what Grand Line Island and New World islands should I use? Guys, what island should I use for the Grand Line in the New World? Well, I'm setting this up real quick. As we move further and further into the Grand Line, it's extremely blatant that the enemies that the Straw Hats face become in some way, shape... On a sillier note, would you rather crack Sakura or get bitten by a cookie cutter shark? I would rather put my entire head inside of a cookie cutter shark rather than crack Sakura. Dressrosa's a good one. The Lightning Rain Island for the New World? Ooh, that's also a very good one. And later on, the New World, where only ships that have competent and powerful enough crews can continue their voyages. Competent. I was trying to back it up until I was interrupted by everyone. The only one PC that's possible is in Wano, but that's relativistic. So dodging a beam of light as it's shot is not a relativistic feat. Yeah, you're just disingenuous. Yeah, you're just disingenuous. You know how big a cookie cutter shark is? I don't need to know that I would never crack Sakura, because at that point, that would mean that I get not only Sasuke sloppy seconds, but the fact that I would have had to be inside her in some way, shape, or form, and I'd rather just never do that. But otherwise, I just ask you to demonstrate what you believe are FTL feats and statements, yeah. Which, I mean... Yeah, losing means that having your position needs tweaks. Yeah, I could agree with that. Best in real life devil fruits are the brain braid fruits. Full stop. A big ass head filled with everything you've ever seen or read and learned in perfect detail. Yeah, but how do you get all of it out? Seeing Frankie's old VA breaks my heart. Yeah. Bro is very flamboyant. It's called Raijin Island, so we do Raijin Island then? Right out of the New World? Okay, so I'm seeing 2 for that one. I need something for like a Grand Line Island. I'm thinking maybe Water 7? We could do Water 7. I think Water 7 would look nice. Water 7 and the, yeah, we'll do Water 7. We'll do Water 7 for the first one. We'll do the rain, the big island, yeah. So now they leave. Jet pistol. £360 Phoenix. Where you guys, you think we could cook up these deep sea fishes? Well, Oda clearly just loves us as fans, right? Oh look, island whales. Yo, island whales are great. You hear of term aim speed, right? Aim speed? You mean aim dodging? Are you referencing for the term aim dodging? Aim speed is not a term. Go back to that panel, I wasn't finished. Yeah, I got you. I'll give you guys 5 more seconds. What's the Molduga theme? I'd have to listen to that on the side so I can, like, learn it. Let's gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship up Binks' brew. How could the beam be dodged? The beam dodge, aim dodge, he missed Luffy. How can he miss Luffy when it has an auto lock-on feature? Did you just not know that the Pacifista have lock-on features? Let's gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks' brew. 7 seas and melodies. The environments of the Grand Line, and later on, the New World. I'll figure that out later. Competent and powerful enough. Without a competent and powerful enough crew. Let's go back to Fishman Island real quick. There we go. Luffy has future sight. Yeah. What about it? Observation Haki specifically future sight are both required for you to be at least relative in speed to the beams of light that are being shot in order for you to dodge them in the first place, A. And B, he didn't have future sight when he dodges beams of light, bro. So, what do you want from me, bro? What's wrong, bro? That you didn't know that Luffy dodges beams of light in pre-time skip without any kind of precognition, bro? Come on now, bro. You got it. As we move further and further into the Grand Line, it's extremely blatant that the enemies that the Straw Hats face become in some way, shape, or form more dangerous. Crocodile completely power... Didn't I get something for like... Oh, that's right. And further into the Grand Line, it's extremely blatant that the enemies that the Straw Hats face become in some way, shape, or form more dangerous. Crocodile completely power cliffs characters like Buggy, Arlong, and even Wapple. Up until... Buggy, Arlong, and Wapple. Okay, so, Buggy the Clown versus Battle Wiki. Madara still suffered conceptual damage, so Madara over One Piece. Sure. When's the singing stream? I don't know, man. I'm trying to stay calm, but you're not allowing me to. It's honestly very lucky. I'm pretty good and calm and reasonable guy. You know, when you're constantly telling somebody that you're trying to stay calm and that you're usually a pretty calm, chill guy, that it usually gives the person, if anything, the exact opposite of a perspective. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. I don't know. You don't really come across to me as a calm person. Especially since you're constantly saying that you're getting mad or that you're getting upset. If you're getting a little too emotional about this stuff, like as I've said before, probably shouldn't be power scaling. I don't know. Buggy. No, Throw versus Battle. They have Galaxy Tier Ichigo on their fanboys. I'm not using the website. I'm using them for these. I'm using them for these. It's okay. Relax. I like the PNG images that they had, so I just throw them in as background stuff. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with using these. Buggy, Yunko. You guys think Buggy's gonna get? I really hope that some kid who's on Reddit. I really hope that's some kid who's on Reddit for too long and not a grown ass man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I. A saltwater crocodile? This fuck ass site has done. Yo, should I? Yo, guys, should I throw a picture of a crocodile? Yo. Should I use a PNG of... Yeah. Yo, I'm crying. There's no way these motherfuckers actually just straight up put a real live fucking crocodile on this bullshit ass fucking There's no way we're actually power scaling real live animals, dude. Come the fuck on, dude. That's not real. That's not real, man. Come on. Where does the crocodile scale? Let's look and see where a crocodile scales. A saltwater crocodile is the largest of all living reptiles, as well as the largest terrestrial and riparian predator in the world. Let's see where it scales. Gender varies between individuals. Superhuman physical characteristics. Large size. Type O males can grow up to around 6 meters. Cool. Enhanced sense of smell. Oh, wow. They've got street level attack potency, guys. Adult males can seriously damage cars, boats, and break large metal cages. Can take down water buffaloes and gaurs. What the fuck is a gaur? Yo, guys, you need to watch out. It at least scales above Eon. That's a timeout. That's definitely a timeout. I scale to Omniversal, buddy. I scale to Omniversal. That's a 1 minute timeout. Always you, Eternal Dreamer, with the bullshit. Alright, below, the speed is below the average human? That's crazy. A crocodile wrote this article. That's what I'm saying, bro. A crocodile, clearly the crocodile agenda is going too far high. Telling me that they can destroy an entire street is fucking crazy to me. Do crocodiles have black blades? Let's see. Let's see. Where standard equipment, none notable. It does not have a black blade. Therefore, it is a Mihawk victim. Now, this is downplay. I've seen a crocodile destroy a 5D dimensional concept. Well, it's clearly not this one. Clearly you must be, wanking the fuck out of the crocodile, because there's no fucking way a crocodile is ever destroyed. You know what? Yo, guys, give me a you know what? Let's look up, what's a fucking villain in One Piece that goes after a name? Let's look up Gecko. Let's see how powerful Gecko oh no, it's just Gecko Moria. Fuck. Alright, whatever. I thought it'd be funnier. I thought like they would actually put up an actual gecko. Whatever. Okay. I'll use that picture for crocodile, but I'm still gonna look up crocodile from One Piece, because I do want yeah, let's see this one. This is a cool one. Content. No, not content. Profiles. There we go. One Piece. Croc, no. Croc ID. Regular Croc. Let's just download this one as well. Classic One Piece Glazer gets mad when people point out that the Croc neck is their favorite series. Classic One Piece Glazer, yeah, sure. Is the crocodile a fucking kaiju? How can it destroy a street? I don't know, man. But apparently they can fuck up cars, and that's the energy you need to fuck up a street. That's crazy. That's so fucking funny, dude. You know, sometimes things just being funny is honestly the best thing that you could say to it, right? More dangerous. Crocodile completely power cliffs characters like Buggy, Arlong, and even Wapol. Up until this point in the series, each and every one of the villains we've met was taken— Oh, right, I have to do Wapol as well. Fuck. Wapol. Yeah, there's no other character across fiction named fucking Wapol. Sure, I guess. By the way, I do like the hippo. I do like the woolly hippo. Forgot what his name was, but I do fuck with it. One of the best characters in the series, in my opinion. A lot of emotional depth to this hippo. Wapol sounds like a slur. How the fuck does Wapol sound like a slur? Hey, come here, you fucking Wapol. Look at all those Wapol's out here in my, look at all those Wapol's thinking they can show up to our park and set up their damn, Wapol food so they can— Does Wapol really sound like a slur? I don't know, man. So if I beat one, I upscale. Don't I, Eon? I suppose. I suppose you could say that. I suppose you could say that. Completely power cliffs characters like Buggy, Arlong, and even Wapol. Up until completely power cliffs characters. It's so stupid. I'll figure out how to like mess around with this. Let me just One Piece. No, I don't need the crocodile bit right now. Are you gonna go to the Waffle House? Sorry, I meant Waffle House. No, I would never go to the Waffle House. The Waffle House is for those filthy waffles. All they ever do is be lazy and they eat on their chunks of knives and they just go around eating everything that they can. They sit back. All they ever do is sit back and hope that people throw out enough garbage so that they can eat it. They're literal fucking garbage eaters, man. All these goddamn waffles. I'm glad I contribute something positive to this stream. I appreciate it, man. I do. Around waffles, democracy topples. Type shit! Type shit. Bro heard racial slur and went straight for it. I see you, Eon. I was trying to see if it did sound like it. I mean, I still don't think it sounds like a slur, to be honest. Adding in weird... I don't know. Adding in would it even be like I don't think I stereotyped anyone specifically. All these waffles coming into a park, eating their waffle food, and then eating, garbage. I don't know if I've necessarily stereotyped anyone. I don't know if it. Yeah, I guess that's why I love the streams. I appreciate it. To be fair, I get it. All these Naruto debaters are mentally. They're not. Okay. Can we please not call them mentally challenged? I'm just gonna remove the thing. I haven't seen your name before, so I'm not gonna time you out. But can we please not call people mentally challenged just because we don't agree with their takes, or because they have really or at times they have flawed logic? It's okay. Yeah, these hard waffles. All these waffle guys, and they're all snakes, I'm telling you. You can't trust a waffle as far as you can throw them. Okay, it might actually start to sound like a slur the more you try to, throw in those jokes. It really starts to sound more and more. I guess you could turn anything into a slur. I guess you really can't just turn anything into a slur. Which, to be honest, it is kind of fucked. You guys talking about Logias versus TSO debates going on TikTok? No, we're not. But if you want to have this discussion with people on the stream, you're more than welcome to. I always support any kind of conversation that you guys would like to talk about. If you'd like to present a position, maybe somebody here would like to have a conversation through and through. You joke about Wapple, but dude created one of the strongest metals in the One Piece verse that even Frankie uses in his back. True, I joke about him, but to be fair, he was also a piece of shit. This shouldn't be mean to those waffles. All right. Now we don't have to use the term waffle as a way to denote any kind of group. All right. Now we... The thing about, racist jokes is that, they're fun for, the moment, but you can't really... If you continue to permit them, eventually somebody's gonna start using, the quote-unquote false slur to actually denote real-life racism, and I think that's kind of fucked. Wapple's lives matter. To be fair, Wapple is... I'll say this: Wapple as a character, I will at least give him the benefit of doubt that he might have a chance to change. You know what I mean? Those dirty, melon-eating, job-stealing, gang-bagging, scammer, being trash-throwing Wapples. All right, I hope you get it out of your system. That's the last one. Hitler versus Wapples. I would probably say I would side with Wapple just because he took all of the doctors from his country, but Hitler actually caused mass genocide. Oh. I know you were agreeing with me, Palais, but at the end of the day, I don't like the idea of having to insult somebody to get a point across. I don't think that those people are brain dead. I don't think that they're necessarily, there's anything wrong with them from a mental perspective. I just don't think that we should just be using that kind of rhetoric because it creates a toxic environment for anyone and everyone. I just don't want power scaling to be toxic. That's really it. Anyone here seen Jordan, the One Piece creator, on TikTok doing debates versus several Naruto power scalers because he said Logias will hurt truth-seeking orbs? That shit getting 50k views plus. Yeah. Well, you give enough of a controversial story or take, you're gonna get something, especially on TikTok. Lucy versus Luffy. Up until this, from fucking Fairy Tail, I don't know where Lucy scales. Up until this point in the series, each and every one of the villains we've met was taken down by Monkey D. Luffy within their first real fight. Crocodile. Okay, I'm gonna probably use clips for this. Crocodile. Okay, so we're gonna do an actual clip for this. Was taken down by Monkey D. Luffy within their first real fight. Crocodile broke the... Okay. What episode does Luffy beat Buggy? Episode 8. Alright, let's go to that. I don't think I'm going to need... I'll leave it that open. I'll leave that open. I don't think I'm going to need this. So let's just open up another page. He probably meant Lucy, alias. Yeah, I was thinking Lucy is the alias, but I'm like, Luffy versus Lucy is honestly... No fucking way the movie's up. Oh, that's right. I can't watch it. I would probably say Lucy versus Lucy would probably go... Luffy versus Lucy. Blah, blah, blah. I can't speak. Yeah. One of those two would definitely win. You could definitely put money on Luffy over Lucy, especially if Lucy's still back all the way in Dressrosa or whatever. All right, there we go. Naruto fans just love their show, and we can't judge them for it, even if it makes no sense when it comes to the scaling. They're still people. What kind? You decide, but keep it to yourself. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you think that, listen, I'm gonna put it like this: if you genuinely think, I'm not gonna try to sugarcoat it. Outside of these streams, I have absolutely no control over anything that anyone says, and even then I only have limited control in the sense that I can just, like, remove what you guys say. I'm not one to really try to limit people's speech. However, outside of these streams, if you genuinely think that Naruto power scalers are bumbling fucking idiots who don't have a single goddamn brain cell, or whatever the fuck, even if you think that a random One Piece scalers are all fucking glazers that do nothing more than suckle on the teat of their king Oda, and I'm saying teat instead of all I'm getting at is, it doesn't matter if you're a Bleach glazer that thinks that Ichigo and Yubaba and Orihime and all the fucking Shinigami death gods are low complex multiversals, even if you think that One Punch Mans are the most delusional, brain dead R words out there, even if you think that the Demon Slayer enjoyers are the most animalistic, child-liking motherfuckers on the planet. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't care. Don't do that here. I don't care. Don't do that here. I don't want that kind of environment for anybody. If somebody does think those things, if somebody does think like, hey, Demon Slayer verse is outerversal, they can still be a part of this community. If somebody thinks that the Naruto verse curb stomps the One Piece verse and the One Piece verse is supersonic fodder, they're still more than welcome to be here. Even if they disagree, even if we disagree, I'm fine with anyone glazing whatever show they want. I'm fine with anyone glazing whatever character they like. I'm fine with anyone doing whatever, as long as you can be respectful, as long as you can have a respectful manner of it, and you're not going to be disrespectful to anyone. You hate Naruto, though. I don't hate Naruto. I actually love the series. I love Naruto as a character. I love Minato. I think Sasuke's at least gone through a certain level of redemption that makes him more likable. I like plenty of things about Naruto. I don't hate him. That's just your preconceived notion because you don't know me A, as a person, or B, as a power scaler or content creator. You simply see people as one note, and then you imagine, oh, this guy must despise Naruto. He must hate it from the bottom of his heart because I sit here and say that a character from One Piece solos the verse. But it wouldn't be an issue if I said, oh, Superman solos the verse. The problem here isn't that I like One Piece and I like Naruto, or the problem here isn't that I said Law beats Naruto. The problem here is that you, for whatever reason, believe that One Piece fans must hate Naruto if it means that they say any single character does it. I only read PJ, but I only watched HP. I like the movies more. Yeah, Naruto is goated. For me, less than Bleach, which is less than One Piece. That's all fine. And that's okay. It doesn't matter where anyone's verses scale. If a guy wants to argue that a Demon Slayer character like Tanjiro can fight Goku, and he can make some kind of an argument for it, then just make an argument for Goku. Don't just sit here calling the person a fucking idiot just because they say, oh yeah, Tanjiro can probably slice Goku's head off. Okay, and how does that matter at the end of the day? That's where I say I really don't care where people put their scaling at, because ultimately I want to make a community that, not that even it, I want to make a community that not only accepts all people from all walks of life, but it also accepts people even if they have bad scaling. And if they have bad scaling or their scaling doesn't make any sense, I mean, we can even try to help you create a line of scaling that does make sense. We're not here to tell you that a character can't be so powerful. We're not here to tell you that a character can't be so fast. We're not here to tell you that a character would actually win or lose a verse. But come come on, man. Is it really necessary to sit here and say that somebody is a fucking idiot? Or the R word? Because, I don't know, they think that My Little Pony curb stomps Saitama? Fantastic, cool, and the fuck? If you like something more, doesn't mean the story sucks because they lose like a fight. Like, who cares? Who cares that, like, we care that Tanjiro loses to Zabuza? Yeah, like, nobody cares if Tanjiro loses to Zabuza, and nobody cares if you can argue Tanjiro curb stomps Zabuza. I don't personally care. No one's telling you to stop liking Naruto. You clearly are not comprehending what we're saying. Clearly not comprehending what we're saying. Clearly not, but that's okay. Oh, I have to mute that. What is it? Okay, so this should be like the end of it. This should be like the end of it. I love Buggy's face. Buggy's face is fantastic, dude. I love the expression. But yeah, there are still people. Who cares who wins, who loses? Yeah, just have fun with it. That's what I'm saying. Just have fun with it. That is the whole point of my channel. I just want to have fun with this, man. I don't care if I'm right. I don't care if somebody says, "Oh, Sukuna can't be light speed because of a random outward feat or whatever." I don't care, dude. I really don't. I really, really, really don't. I'm just here to make the content that I want to make. I'm just here to have fun and have some chats with you guys. I'm here to make some jokes about gooning. I'm here. Why are Naruto fans like this? But it's not Naruto fans. That's the thing. Don't generalize a group of people. In the same way that you could say, why are Naruto fans like this? You'll see a group of people from another anime community saying, why are One Piece fans like this? And then you'll hear another people say, why are Bleach fans like this? And so on and so forth. It's never about, does Luffy beat, what is it? Kuro? We'll do Kuro. 17. It's not about any of that. These are just people. It's individuals. A couple of individuals not having the capacity to properly understand what arguments you make. Look, listen. People like this that don't have the capacity to fully understand what it is that you're saying and not properly understanding the nuance behind it. That's not on an entire group of people. That's not on anybody but them, bruh. It really just is what it is. Condemn the person, don't condemn the group, if anything. But even then, you don't have to entirely condemn the person anyway. You just ignore them. If you have a person that is just saying things or making arguments for things that nobody is fighting for, nobody is debating, nobody even remotely cares for. How many of these points do we have? This is, what is it, 31.5 to 39, so that's what, about 8 seconds? 8.5 seconds? No, that's 7.5 seconds. So we'll do, what, about 3 each? Because that gives us about 2:30. So yeah, we'll do, I think we'll do R long. R long. 43. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, all those things, I don't know, man. There's a lot of novice scalers. The more active the base, the more novice involved. And that's fine. See, that's the thing. I think being a novice at scaling... can you do Sukuna versus Buggy? That would be a banger. I've already done Sukuna versus Buggy. I've already talked about it. I said that Sukuna wins because Buggy, there is a statement that specifically implies Buggy, if he's diced up to a certain extent, he cannot control his body anymore. So it's up to interpretation at that point as to where you think, whether or not you think that Buggy might be able to tank an entire barrage of Sukuna's domain expansion or not. Essentially, if you think that not being able to control his body anymore means he can't put himself back together, then Buggy just loses to a divine flame at that point. Naruto was actually fun to watch. One of the best for sure. Naruto is a great series to watch, especially when it's at its good points. But it's also a series that, like many others, has its flaws, and there are points in the series that are kind of get through. For example, like the start of Shippuden, and I think that's also fine. But Naruto as a series, whether it's fun to watch or not, it's still a series that, you know, people are going to have their opinions off, people are going to have their different levels of scaling for it, so we shouldn't necessarily go out of our way, like I said, to get upset if somebody just has a different perspective. Okay, we'll put it right here, and right here, and right here. Up until this point in the series, each and every one of the villains we've met was taken down by Monkey D. Luffy within their first real fight. Crocodile broke the mold by not only defeating Luffy for the first time on screen, but he even went above and beyond by nearly killing him on 2 separate occasions. This Okay, so now that we have those episodes, let's see. What episode does Crocodile stab Luffy? Okay, episode 1110. 110. 110. Is old Whitebeard the most durable guy if he was in Naruto? His durability, I would say, is actually not as great as... I would actually say his durability is not as great as, like, other One Piece characters. The difficulty that he had using Haki definitely made it a bit troublesome for him, which, you know what, is fine. I think, though, as a whole... We'll probably do these 2 episodes, then. I would say that he has probably some of the better endurance within the context of the series, and I would say that, like, as far as Naruto goes, I would say Crocodile actually has... Sorry, not Crocodile. Whitebeard has extremely impressive endurance, even by, like, Naruto standards. Considering that he took all of that damage that wasn't being somewhat stifled by a healing factor, or some kind of, like, chakra enhancement. He was essentially tanking most of those hits with basically nothing to back it up. Shonen View made a video about how Ruriru Akanebashi. A simple question, how far in Dragon Ball do you think Luffy can get to just AP-wise? That's so hard because it's like... Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I've said this before. I can't necessarily give an entirely objective claim for how powerful Luffy punches as far as, like, post Wano and onward goes, only because basically either... As far as, like... What episode does Crocodile dry up Luffy? Does Crocodile beat Luffy round 2? 122? Let's try out 122. I don't have the most objective scale because, like, Luffy doesn't necessarily have a direct statement or indication otherwise. I mean, it doesn't say that he's, like, has, like, planetary attack potency. It doesn't say his multi-continental or moon level attack potency. So it basically just goes to, like, how powerful do you think a character like Luffy is as far as, like, how powerful a character Luffy is in comparison to other potential characters. Like, if you give Luffy just bare minimum planetary, then he doesn't really get far past, let's say, like the Saiyan Saga, but not because of speed, but because of raw power. You could definitely make the argument, though, that that if you believe Luffy is faster than Vegeta and Nappa, which there could be an argument for it, depending on how you quantify Dragon Ball Lightspeed scaling early on, there is an argument to be made that Luffy does beat characters like Vegeta as early as the Saiyan Saga. With a, 1 second. There is an argument that Luffy does beat him. Okay, yeah, it's this. There is an argument that Luffy could beat Vegeta and Nappa through internal destruction. There is a legitimate argument. So at that point, it's not so much... It's less about the concept of the character's... It's less about the concept of the character having, like, the attack potency for it, and more so just whether or not Luffy can land a hit on Vegeta, which, again, depending on the light speed scaling, you can argue he could at least beat them. which, as I understand, is the comet entered the constellation of the Ghost, but in the context, he's referencing the passage through the constellation borders from his perspective. I see. That's not Urashiki as far as I can tell. If I remember correctly, the anime... Okay, you guys are having your call. I would say that his durability is pretty inconsistent. I don't see how somebody like him got damaged by regular guns. To be fair, he could have been getting weaker and weaker as we go along, since we know that his sickness was taking some kind of an effect. How many Muggy Balls can Sakura tank before... Can Sukuna tank before he's out of RCT? I'd say a lot. And Sukuna's Flame Arrow won't do much to Buggy. Easily tank the town level Buggy Ball. I mean... There's a town level explosion, and Sukuna's Fuga is way more powerful. They could also one-shot Mahoraga, which would mean that it would have to have at least equal attack potency to Hollow Purple, which disintegrates every single thing within its... Disintegrates, or at least atomizes most objects within its vicinity. Oh yeah, just in a moment, like Luffy every power level, it's gotta be 100% accurate. Yeah, it's not definitely not gonna be 100% accurate. I mean, character's moon level very early in OG. Luffy really compared to somebody in Z argue to the Whitebeards. Yeah, unless you really argue the Whitebeard scaling, which I mean, how much can Horty Jones' army of 100,000 fishmen invade the Naruto verse? Well, you gotta think about it like this, Ballistic Banana. The 100,000 fishmen are mostly just fishmen that are angry. Most of them are only about 10,000. Most of them are only about 10 times stronger than the average person, unless you go with the ones that were getting amped by the energy steroids. There is an argument to be made that Horty Jones alone, especially if you use the anime version of One Piece, does kind of curb stomp the Naruto verse on his own due to raw physicality because of the it's because of the Fishman. It's because of the Fishman pills. The fact that the Fishman pills, I'm gonna give you guys just a number real quick. The one will just be like, let's say 1 pound of force, right? Because the Fishman pills, whenever you eat one, it doubles your strength, and it's stated that when you eat another one, it doubles your strength again. That means it's an exponential increase. So just for context, if you go off of the anime adaptation of the series, and we go back to, your family hates you, alright, and that's what we're not going to do. We're not going to tell someone that their fucking family hates them just for something like that, bro. I'm not doing this, bro. I'm not doing this. Stop insulting the guy, even if he's being stubborn, even if he's still here. As long as he's not hurting anybody, it's fun. Have a good one, gotcha. Have a good one, man. See you later, alligators. Yeah. So just to show you real quick, even if Horty Jones ate 30 pills, let's just say like this one is like 1 meter per second. He would already be faster than the speed of light, by the amount of pills that he ate, and he would already be able to dish out this many amounts of force. Then if you multiply this value by 2 to the, let's say another 30th power because of the amount of pills that were in his hand on a low ball, it would get him up to this. And then if you do it times 2 raised to the 30th power again because he ate a third heap full of pills, this is how many times more powerful Horty Jones would be than the average person. Wait, hold on. Times 10. For the Fishman physiology. This would be about how many times more powerful Horty Jones would be than the average person, based on actual quantifiable metrics given by the series. Doesn't have to be as powerful as Hollow Purple or one-shot Mahoraga, and HP doesn't disintegrate everything when it's range. No, it kind of does. I would say so. I would say the rubble is just the leftovers of the attack. Also, Buggy doesn't have that many Buggy Balls inside of him. Yeah. That's if you're using that's if you're using the anime adaptation though. Let me see if I still have the image somewhere. Content, miscellaneous. No. Sound effects, music, VODs, background clips. Where the fuck did I hide that? Naruto. No, I think I hid it in the SBS portion. I think I hit it right here. Yeah, I counted the number of pills he had in hand. I went out of my way. I went out of my way to count all the pills. There's over 30 pills, so technically the numbers that I've been giving are actually a little bit smaller. There is rubble in the epicenter. I don't see how it's disintegrated. It's disintegrated! Dude, I'm not arguing this. Anyway. There we go. Up until this point in the series, each and every one of the villains... Okay, so now that I have all the videos downloaded... Not yet, actually. Fuck me. Okay, so we need episode 8. We need episode 8, 7... Okay, no, I can't do it like that. Fuck me. Up until this point... Whoa, 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 what the fuck is happening? Nobody did that. What the fuck? Almost got fucking copyrighted. Bro, how many terabytes of space you got on your computer? I wouldn't worry about it. I would not worry about that. That's none of anyone else's concerns. You just worry about how the content's gonna come out. I think people scale One Piece level. They should think in terms of internal damage. Yes, the characters can tank moon level explosions with order key, but they can take town levels of AP internally. Yeah, they can. You've activated the Toye copyright demons. Hopefully fucking not, dude. That's karma for jump scaring me earlier. Well, how is that? You know what? Fine, whatever. Toei agents heard that and they're on their way. I know, man. I know. I know. I'm so fucked. I'm never gonna financially recover for this. Toei's coming after every fucking schment I've got. Every dosh and dollar I've ever made. Dosh and dollop. Alright, let's ungroup these things. And then we'll just delete the entirety of that. Okay. Bro is legitimately stuck. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun. Okay. Luffy's really... Luffy's really going for this. Sure, we'll take this clip. We'll take this clip. We'll edit it down later. It was nice knowing you, Twin. Yeah, you guys, this will be the last stream we ever do. Unfortunately, Toye is going to hit me with the craziest lawsuit of all time. We're cooked, fellas. We're cooked, guys. Chat, we're never financially recovering from this. You already know. I'm sorry to say this. I guess I'm a fraud. You should do Caesar versus Invincible or an L versus JJK. Yeah, I just have to re-download all of JJK. It's fine. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, when does Luffy hit Buggy? Okay, we'll take this. Eon never existed. Yeah, some Gorosei shit. Eon, a YouTuber by that name, never existed. Okay, does anime content get copyrighted so easily? No, we're just fucking around, but it can get copyrighted very easily if you're not going out of your way to bring it to at least do enough with. You want a Kashimo as a stress body pillow? It helps sometimes. Not really. I wouldn't want a Kashimo body pillow. I don't know if I'd ever want a body pillow of an actual anime character. I don't know, man. I feel like it's one of those things. Luffy looked like he had a mustache right there. Luffy looked like he had a real mustache right there. No, I don't need all of that. Okay, we'll just take this. Yeah, Luffy really just curb stomped his way through East Blue. Toei pulling out the Higuruma domain expansion on Eon. Don't do that. The Higuruma domain expansion is crazy. I'd want an Eon body pillow. I'll see to get some. I'll see if I can make some body pillows made with my icon. Okay, before we do anything, let me just set up my boundaries right here. We're doing an anime video crop, and we're doing Eon black text box. No, not black text box. I need Eon anime crop. There we go. So we have that. Now we do... Damn, Buff Luffy really looks short in that image. Buggy, you mean? I have a body pillow filling... I have the body pillow filling with beans. Deplorable. Absolutely deplorable and disgusting. Absolutely terrible. Wait. Let me do it like this first. Separate, crop, crop, and then we separate. Go here. Okay, so we put this, and we put this. It has to be essentially edited enough, which I feel like I've been doing more so in my videos. Who's the strongest character that Nami beats? Dude, after that recent episode where, like, you can really contextualize how powerful Nami's, like, thunderbolts are. Holy fuck. Strongest character she beats? Most Naruto characters don't even have continental durability, man. I'm gonna be honest. Like, at least in, like, the context of the story, they don't even have continental levels of durability. We're probably gonna waterboard you with bean sauce, not gonna lie. Rip. They would never do that. I don't think the government... I don't think it's... I mean, I think that a single Ikoku sovereignty takes out Maharaga. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think a single one can take it out. Yeah, 100%. Fairy Tail feat tier lists. Because people would call me a fucking creep for doing a Fairy Tail feats tier list. I suppose if you have enough buggy balls that blow up small towns, you can probably make... Within their first real fight, Crocodile broke the mold by not only... Let me see something. 704, 709. So each one of them would be at least a little over 2 seconds. 709, which would be 2 seconds into 6. 30, 39, 23. Above and beyond by nearly killing... But he even went above... Group. Let's group these. And then combined total 19, 11, 12. Yeah, that should be good. So how much space is left for this? 123, right? So what if instead we remove 5 from here? 18. Then we do 109, 109, and then we increase this to 203. No, because that would still leave 215, 215. So what if I do 7 and 7? Yeah, so what if that way I can do 7. 7 more frames. Then we do make this one 7 frames smaller, so it's 3 and 3, 6, 6, 9 and 9. So if we do 3 and 3 for each of them, that's 6, and then we do 1 more, yeah, and then we increase this to 17. Yeah, it's fine. Up until this point in the series, each and every one of the villains we've met was taken down by Monkey D. Luffy within their first real fight. Crocodile broke... Yeah, we'll just do it like that, and then we'll just shorten it out. Okay, there we go. Up until this point in the series, each and every one of the villains we've met was taken down by Monkey D. Luffy within their first real fight. Crocodile broke the mold. First real fight. Crocodile... Dude, the animation for that, I don't know if I would have personally have done it like that, but yeah. Okay. There we go. First real fight. Crocodile broke... Real fight. Crocodile... I don't like this. Luffy within their first real fight. Luffy within their first real fight. Luffy within their first real fight. Crocodile... You know what? I'm just gonna remove this entire portion here because, truth be told, this doesn't... I just don't feel like this is necessary. Within their first real fight. Crocodile... Which means I can then make this... just a bit more. Until this point in the series, each and every one of the villains we've met was taken down by Monkey D. Luffy within their first real fight. Crocodile broke the... And then we shorten it here, and then we just extend it. Okay. Bro, I love when they put the Subway Surfer themes in the background. Have you seen the guy that ported some Expedition 33 moves into Elden Ring? That's really sick. No, I haven't actually. Have you heard of the Scientology speedrun? Alright. Fuck it. You piqued my interest. The fuck?
What you just witnessed was a gaggle of young men concealing their identities, recording themselves, running into a Scientology office building to see how far inside they could get. All while blasting air horns while they recorded it. The first half of that description just sounded like the video you're watching right now. Listen, it's for blind viewers.
Would you let Nami do that move on you?
Exists. This is an emerging speedrun category where an individual or group of individuals
yes, I would let her stomp on me until it cracks the ground beneath her. Yeah, I would do that.
To be publicly accessible as they humanly can. Hi, good.
You against these dumb... I'm defending you against these dumb rocks. I understand that, Trey Burtok, but you don't have to insult them. I appreciate you guys defending me. That's never going to be an issue. But the problem comes from when you have to be toxic back to them. Don't Be toxic, dude. Don't question their fucking mental states. Don't sit here and just go out of your way to insult them. I'm not. If you're gonna defend me, I will graciously appreciate it. That's fine. That's all very much good and so. But this just adds to the toxicity if all you do is sit here and say, well. If you sit here and say, oh, well, you guys need, you're a brain-dead moron that doesn't know what the fuck is happening, blah, 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 go back and read another series, Naruto nerd. Like, I don't want that either. Don't defend me if it's gonna be at the cost of insulting somebody else, dude. It's not that serious, Traber. It was unwarranted. It's toxic. It's just toxic. Yeah, no, it's just toxic, dude. What's good, Six? It's just straight up toxic, dude. I'm not gonna cancel out toxicity with more toxicity. That's just not gonna happen. Crocodile broke the mold by not only defeating Luffy for the first time on screen, but he even went above and beyond by nearly killing him on 2 separate occasions. This immediately... Wait, I have an idea. Be friendly. Okay, so Crocodile is the first villain to do the opposite of what these guys did, and he actually beats Luffy. Downloads. So it's 11:10. Yeah. For real, if you want to call someone a slur, just call them a wapple. Or just say they eat beans or something, man. Just tell them that they eat beans, whatever, I don't care, but just don't fucking go out of your way. Toxicity is why most fans are in power scaling. I don't care if it's why Here's the thing, if you're into power scaling because you just love the toxicity of it, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like there are more things I think there are more things to like about power scaling than just yelling at someone or just being toxic, you know? Okay, that's gonna be edited for later. We need this. Okay, this is what I needed. Yeah, we'll do it. How's your day been? It's been alright, man. It's been alright. Delete, take. Okay. I'm gonna try to get through a couple minutes worth of the editing process here. I'm gonna try to fill up maybe like 8 minutes worth. If I can get like 8 minutes worth, then I think we'll be mostly done. Such a hard time content. Please let me know down what you guys all in the next one. Peace out. Analysis content, please. We've seen sprinkled throughout the story in some way, shape, or form since both fought Luffy, and as I described earlier, Luffy's constructs or solid stone constructs like walls, buildings, or ships, while Don Krieg is clear. Yeah, if we can get to like maybe like 8-ish minutes, I can probably get the rest done. Yeah, I can probably get the rest done tomorrow, and then we'll have the video out by then this week. Yeah, this video can definitely be out this week. Okay, so now we have to... Crocodile broke the mold by not only defeating Luffy for the first time on screen, but he even went above and beyond by nearly killing... But he even went above and beyond... That sounds weird, but we're just gonna roll with it. By nearly killing him on power between the likes of Crocodile... Okay, let's edit this. Let's do that. Let's edit this up. Do this. There we go. He was so happy while talking about... Okay, sure. Damn, 17 months is insane. Daily reminder that Asta Soul is your favorite verse. Goku is outer, I guess. Power between the likes of Crocodile and all the previous villains up until this point. The capacity to strike... What if we do... He even went above and beyond... That not only has the capacity to strike scales in the land that completely outscales any outscale. Delete the rest. I don't need more than that. You're fine, Troy. Listen, I appreciate any kind of defense, and I appreciate you guys standing up for me or saying anything that you guys want to say. That's all fine, man. Just don't do it at somebody else's expense. That's all I'm asking. I don't want to combat toxicity with more toxicity. Have a good one, Aster. Hope you have a good rest of your day, man. Or a good rest of your night, I should say. I don't believe in combating toxicity with toxicity. It's just that simple. And if my subscribers or anybody that supports me are going out of their way to like insult a person based on that, it just doesn't sit right with me. It really doesn't. It genuinely just does not sit right with me. Okay, we'll take this portion. I'll just start here. Delete all of that. Asta getting blitzed by pre-time skip Luffy. Oh, now the floodgates have been open. So this should be fine then. Group, and then... But he... You're a good person, Eon. I appreciate that. Thank you. I try to be. But he even went above and beyond by nearly killing him on 2 separate occasions. This immediately creates a massive gap in power between the likes of Crocodile and all the previous villains up until this point. This immediately creates a massive gap in power between the likes of Crocodile and all the previous villains up until this point. We then transition into another villain like Enel that not only has the this immediate let's go back. Let's open up profiles. We then transition. This immediately creates a massive gap in power between the likes of Crocodile and Crocodile completely power cliffs characters like Buggy, Arlong, and even Wapple. Power cliffs characters like Buggy, Arlong, and even Wapple. Like Bug. Choom. Okay, so then we go here. And then Buggy. Okay, so then here. So I want to have you guys pop up here. Here. And here. And then we will do here. Let's make, yeah, we'll just make Wapple small. We'll make Buggy small. And then we'll make Arlong small as well. How do we set this up? Let's throw Buggy up here. Let's throw Buggy up here. Let's throw Arlong down here. And then we'll put Wapple on his own. And we'll pull Wapple like right here. Completely power cliffs characters like Buggy, Arlong, and fuck me, man. Delete that. God damn it. Delete that. And finally, delete that. Buggy, Arlong, and characters like Buggy, characters like Buggy, Arlong, and even Wapple. Up until this point in the series, each and every one of the villains we've met was taken down by Monkey D. Luffy within characters like Buggy, Arlong, and even... Okay. What if I move Wapple over here? What if I make the alligator, or the crocodile, because this is a crocodile, a little bit smaller? And then over all of them, text media, we'll do... No. Even more dangerous. Crocodile completely power cliffs characters like Buggy, Arlong, and even Wapple. Up until this point in the series, each and every one of the villains we've met was taken down by Monkey D. Luffy within their first real fight. Crocodile broke the mold by not only defeating Luffy for the first time on screen, but he even went above and beyond by nearly killing him on 2 separate occasions. This immediately creates a massive gap in power between the likes of Crocodile and all the previous villains up until this point. We then transition into another villain like Enel that not only... Okay, let's talk about Enel. Boy, what video? One Piece power cliffing. Let's just use this version of it now. Save. The power cliffing one, yes. Yes, 100%. One Piece. One Piece profiles. Yes. We then transition into another villain like Enel that not only has the capacity to strike down the people of the Sky Islands from not only has the capacity to strike down the people of the Sky Islands from his home, but he can even create massive holes in the land that only has the capacity to strike down the people of the Sky Islands from his home, but he can even create massive holes in the land that completely outscales anything we've seen from Crocodile in terms of destructive capacity. This becomes even more apparent. Okay. Only has... I wouldn't say Luffy has better adaptation. Wouldn't you say Luffy has better adaptation in his fight than Naruto? Because I believe it too. If by adaptation you mean figuring out consistent ways of overpowering his opponents, I think quantifiably you can probably argue Luffy does from a quantitative perspective. Obviously, from a qualitative perspective, I think it's a bit more... subjective. By the way, did you guys get... real quick, random topic, but you guys know who Russell Crowe is? You guys know, like, that, Madara one-shots Kaido, man? I mean, I don't agree with that, but if you'd like, we can have a discussion about this. We can have a conversation. Why do you think Madara one-shots Kaido? We need to go to... We're already out of Fishman Island. We need to go to... Skypiea. That is what it is. Skypiea. Sorry. Okay, that's the knock-up stream. They arrive... when does Nami see the giant hole? The Welshman who loves to squabble. That Russell Crowe? Russell Brand. Is it Russell Crowe? No. Russell Brand. Russell... Dude, if I type in... Why does the fuck does it go away? Russell Brand. Yeah, Russell Brand. This guy. My bad. This guy. Yeah. He's right. Full power Madara one-shot Kaido as an infant, probably. Yeah, this guy right here. Yeah, Russell Brand, yeah, he confessed to sleeping with a 16-year-old at the age of 30. He's 50 now. The unfunny UK man? Yeah, the unfunny UK man. Yeah, this shit can just, like, hit him once and Kaido just bleeds. The gap is quite ridiculous. It's very, very ridiculous. If you think Kaido's tanking anything from Madara has to offer. That's fair. How strong do you think... So which version of... First of all, which version of Madara are you talking about, Bokuno? Which version of Madara are you referencing? Are you referencing Ten Tails? Are you referencing Edo Madara? Are you referencing Alive EMS? The one that has the Rinnegan and the... with, like, Hashirama's Sage Mode? Like, which one are we talking about? Bro's just making shit up now. I mean, we've heard these arguments before, but I'm trying to see what... Edo Madara? Okay, so you think Edo Madara... Okay, how hard do you think Edo Madara hits? Like, what do you think his attack potency is at? Right.
Only has the capacity to strike down the people of the Sky Islands.
Okay, so... Let's see... Good cap at, like, island level? Okay. Okay, sure. Sure. Would you believe me if I told you that saying that Madara's, like, quote-unquote cap at island level isn't even struggle to get past mountain? I would disagree with that. I would highly disagree with that. So let me ask you this next question. Would you believe me if I told you that even an island level attack by like how you've described it wouldn't even put Madara at a mid tier in One Piece? Cause I'm gonna be so freaking honest with you, it's not even close. If you think that he's caps around like island level, then he gets curb stomped by Kaido. He's probably breaking his Susanoo blade on Kaido's chest. I can show you evidence for it if you'd like, because saying that he caps around island level doesn't even mean that he can scratch Kaido's chest in base form. Yeah, Susanoo's not doing that either.
Down the people of the Sky Islands from his home, but he can even create massive holes in the land that completely outscales.
But I don't feel like seeing all those chapters, but take that for what you will. Well, I can give you, if you give me a second, I can just show you a quick image. It doesn't take too long. Right here. Right here. Marineford, Dressrosa. Yeah, right here. It's, I don't need to show you much, I just need to show you like a couple of chapters, and then, you can choose to believe whatever you want afterwards. But, it's quite simple. Don Chinjao confirms that he can smash whatever he pleases with his Susanoo. No, he says he can smash all things in the universe, which is clearly a hyperbolic statement, and you would be 100% disingenuous to take that as an objective statement from him, especially when his Susanoo can't even cut a wood golem jutsu, which would by your logic then mean that the wood golem jutsu has universal levels of attack potency, which I just don't agree with. Yeah, universal levels of... No, sorry, universal levels of durability, which I would wholeheartedly disagree with, but you can believe whatever you want. We've had this discussion many times before. One smart, it's not a good argument. Anyway, so, yeah. Kaido essentially far above, scales above Luffy from Dressrosa, who is stronger than two guys that can split a continent of ice, that can split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. There's basically no argument for Edo Madara having the capacity to hurt Kaido in the slightest bit. It's honestly, it would, if anything, be relatively cute for Madara to like pull out a giant Susanoo just for him to realize that, like, you know, I physically cannot harm this guy. So as Don Chinjao states right here, this continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. Cracking it requires monumental force directed at a single point. Then he splits the continent. No, we do not want that to open. Then he says, Sai, the secret of Hashoken style has been passed on to you. Sai, I now christen your deadly leg the name of Drill Dragon Nail, huh? I have seen that your foot is powerful enough to split the continent of ice. So, yeah. Luffy is stronger than these two. His clash with Doflamingo in the same arc, the King Kong gun versus the God Thread bullet, completely overpowered this awakening style attack that was covered in armament hockey. He not only overpowered it, but also with the force of his opponent hitting the ground, completely folded a city in half, which is more than anything that's happened in Naruto, especially with a targeted attack. Especially with the aftermath of attack and not so much the actual attack itself. He was clashing with the Golem. Hashirama was the only guy Madara considered a challenge. Yes, and Hashirama isn't universal, so I don't agree with your take then. It doesn't matter how you choose to interpret it, I don't agree with that take. There's no reason for me to believe that
and under any context of reason or logic, that Madara's statement about him being able to smash all things in the universe should be taken as something objectively true, considering that he can't smash the wood golem jutsu, which would by that logic make the wood golem jutsu universal in durability, even though we know that's not true. So again, you can interpret it however you'd like, but yeah, no, there's no statement that would imply this. Yeah, saying that it can smash all things in the universe would thereby mean that it has to have universal durability and attack potency, which is just not relevant to the conversation. It's not consistent in any form of scaling, so I just won't agree with it. But yeah.
Down the people of the Sky Islands.
Okay. So this, and then we need the second beam. This one that left a massive hole over here. Is that a blade in that Susanoo hand? Yes, this in fact is a sword in the Susanoo's hand, which means that this is Mihawk Upscale. Correct. This is Mihawk Upscale. And as you can see, the blade is blue. It is not black. And because it is not a black blade, it is therefore Mihawk Upscale.
But he can even create massive holes in the land that completely outscales anything we've seen from Crocodile in terms of destructive capacity. Anything we've seen from Crocodile in terms...
Yo, what up? If you don't hear from me in the next 3 days, call 911. I don't think I would hear from you. What if I just don't stream that day? What if I just don't stream that day? I feel like you should tell that probably to somebody. If there is like an actual dilemma going on in your life and this isn't just a bit, I would probably say, you know, hit up the authorities or a family member and tell them that. Because if you don't show up in 3 days for one of my streams, I mean, the most I'll think is that you probably couldn't show up to the stream.
Thing we've seen from Crocodile in terms of destructive capacity. This becomes even more...
But that's not consistent. What do you mean it's not consistent? What do you mean this isn't consistent? How is it not consistent? I have two characters, both of which state that you require a continent of ice. They didn't like the NL scale. Yeah, it's true. Both, you have two statements saying that you can split the continent itself. There's a statement in Alabasta that implies that attack potency can be manipulated by striking an object and focusing all of that energy at a single point. Right here, he punched a hole in the wall. When enormous power is directed at one point, it doesn't cause extra damage. Just think of my kicks as bullets from a rifle. And what does Don Chinjiao state? When cracking this continent of ice, it requires monumental force directed at a single point. No, that is consistent. There is plenty of consistency. There's also an admiral who is stronger than Don Chinjiao and Don Sai, freezing the land between some islands. It's an ice sheet covering up the continent. The continent is under the sheet. No. That is objectively not true. The continent is known as the crystal ice sheet. The continent is known as the crystallite sheets, and the ice is so durable, not even fire or pickaxes will break it down. So no, it's not inconsistent. Your argument genuinely just doesn't add up. You'd have to show me why it's inconsistent, and currently I've had two statements to back it up, a feat to back it up, and I've got both characters from this feat and a separate feat earlier in the story saying you can focus power into a single point, and if you want me to, I can show you a stronger character performing a continental feat casually. So yes, they are continental. You can't just call it inconsistent just because you don't want it to be consistent. I don't care if you don't think it's consistent, it is consistent. It's funny how Madara needs a ton of amps and power-ups during the series end, yet Kaido just has himself unless we split between base, dragon, and hybrid. Well, it's just not adding up. Like, no, it adds up. You just don't like what I'm saying. There's a difference between... What's the issue? Sure, tell me. What's the issue? I'll wait for you. I will wait. It's a continent made of ice that's harder than metal. It's not complicated. It really is not that complicated. Hashiramo's pinning down the Ten Tails. Yeah, with a sealing jutsu. With a sealing jutsu, yeah. Madara's planning to fight Obito if the others didn't take down Obito. Yes, and he wasn't going to beat Obito. Doesn't have to include the universe itself. There's no other way of including it. I smash all things in the universe. That is a very blatant statement. There is no other interpretation you can have for it. That means it can smash everything and anything within the context of the universe. All things in the universe is a hard, raw statement, so either it's hyperbolic or it's not. One smart. We've done this many times before. You don't have an argument here that isn't going to come out across as completely inconsistent. Madara's Susanoo only ever at best destroys mountains. It doesn't destroy countries, it doesn't destroy islands, it doesn't destroy continents, it destroys nothing more than mountains, and it did 2 mountains at that with the force of its blade. It's not a good argument, dude. It's just not. If I have to jump through multiple mental hoops just to give the scale for something, I'm just not going to agree. You think there is a hidden line in between on purpose that contradicts that statement in feat? No, nothing contradicts it. There is nothing within the context of the story that contradicts it. We have more powerful characters hitting harder than Don Shinjo and Don Sai, and they don't split up continents. And that is because, once again, when monumental force is directed at a single point, you can perform incredible feats. You get it from Don Shinja, you get it from Bon Clay. The statements are over 500 chapters apart. Yeah, no. You have a character like Kaido hitting Luffy with so much force. You have a character like Kaido hitting Luffy with so much force that his eyes completely white out. Where the fuck is it? It's over here. Yeah, you have a character like Kaido completely overpowering a character like Luffy in Wano and not even destroying a majority of the location, which means that he has to be hitting harder than them, but at a lower amount of destructive capacity. So no. Why is Luffy not cracking one continents when he hits the ground? Because they can manipulate the amount of force that they do it. Yeah, they manipulate the amount of force that they use. It's very simple. The statements I provided already prove that. When enormous power is directed at one point, it doesn't cause extra damage. That's why they're not destroying everything around them when they hit all these locations. It is consistent. That is why Kaido is capable of hitting Luffy right here with a Conqueror's Haki enhanced Ragnaroku, and it doesn't destroy the entirety of Onigashima. That sounds like headcanon. It doesn't. It doesn't sound like headcanon, because when you get to later portions of the fight where Kaido, for example, wants to blast Luffy with a blast breath, right? Where the fuck is it? Right here. That's the, right here. Yeah, his attack literally blasts right through the entirety of Onigashima like a knife through hot butter. It's not headcanon. I'm literally giving you statements from the characters. That's Kaido. He's blasting Luffy down. Is going straight to the island. It's because he's now blasting through the island if he wants to. It's all about whether or not the character wants to or not, and the characters aren't doing it because they clearly don't want to. Because once again, if you direct enormous power at one point, you know Oda doesn't care about power. No, he does care about power scaling. That's why he gives us these statements. He does care about it. It's way too shaky. It's not way too shaky. You're not giving me an objective argument. You're not debunking anything I'm saying, Boku no Minta. You're just saying, well, no. You're just saying no, and at that point, your argument therefore means nothing to me. If you don't give me an objective argument, if you don't give me something that blatantly stops my characters from being consistent instead of just asking questions. This is what, by the way, guys, this is what I meant before when I say when people try to power scale or when people try to debunk, instead of actually providing, objective evidence or reasoning, they just say, well, no, dude, why didn't Whitebeard destroy the planet? Because he doesn't want to. His job is to save his son, not to destroy the planet. He has the power to destroy the world. That doesn't mean he wants to destroy the world. What part of the characters don't want it to happen do you not understand? Everything that you're going to say, well, why didn't this dude do this? I'm going to keep bringing it back up because the characters don't want to. It's that simple. The characters do not want to. It is quite literally that simple. If the characters don't want to, they're not going to do it. There is no other reasoning I have to give you. It is that simple. The characters do not want to, therefore they don't. The characters manipulate their attack potency. It is, objectively speaking, that simple. Why doesn't Goku or Vegeta destroy the planet? Why doesn't Goku smash away the universe with his fists again? Same thing. But that's his son. He's in danger. Yes, why would he destroy the entire planet to save his son? What the fuck are we talking about? Why does everyone else across the planet need to suffer because his son was a fucking idiot and now he has to go save him? Same reasoning. What the fuck are we doing here? Why doesn't Goku destroy the planet that he's on to defeat Frieza instead? Why doesn't Cell just blow up the planet? Cell's already evil, yeah. So destroying the planet would save Ace? Like, come on, that logic doesn't add up. Come on now.
This becomes even more apparent when he finishes the arc Maxim and nearly wipes out the entire country with his Raigo. Now, not every villain...
Yeah, if you're not, I mean, I could give you the same exact logic for so many other series, but what's the point? Like, yeah, you're just not making a good argument here. Make an argument that actually uses objective evidence. Don't make an argument that just says, but why doesn't the character do this then? Okay. Why didn't the author draw the character actually destroying the entire planet? Because they didn't want to. Because they likely did not want that to be the case. So what's your point?
Now, not every villain that subsequently appears is going to be more powerful in every stat, but they might have something within their arsenal that may surpass our previously established characters. Listen, I don't think anyone is going to disagree with me when I say that. Listen, I don't...
Okay. Okay, but Kaido is an unintelligent fighter and Madara just outsmarts him. What do you mean he's unintelligent? What about him is unintelligent to you? Because Luffy's an adaptive monster and he just straight up had to just grow stronger in order to fight Kaido. A, but B, what does it matter if Kaido objectively speed blitzes Madara hard? Like, cracks him so fucking hard, just immediately smashes his body into pieces. I'm gonna be so... Because he's a big brute, okay, and what does him being a big brute have to do with it? So now we're just generalizing based on appearances instead of actual evidence? Can you provide for me an example of Kaido just being a blatant, stupid moron? What? Show me when Kaido was a blatant, stupid, dumb idiot. Show me it then. Show me when Kaido was just not thinking things through. He was just unga-bungaing through everything. Sure, just give me a chapter number. I would genuinely appreciate it.
Nearly wipes out the entire country with his Raigo. Now, not every villain that subsequently appears is going to be more powerful in every stat, but they might have something within their arsenal that may surpass our previously established characters. Listen, I don't think anyone is going to disagree with me when I say that someone like Foxy the Pirate is probably weak.
Kaido not asking Odin for a Mii match even though he cheated? Because he won that and he wanted to take over Wano. Also, he doesn't owe Odin a rematch. Odin would have to come back for the rematch. Odin didn't go back for the rematch because they promised them that they would leave, and all they just did was lie. So, again, I don't see what your point is. You're just saying things at this point. You're just trying to make like an argument out of nothing. I don't see what like the reasoning is.
Now, not every villain that subsequently appears is going to be more powerful in every stat, but they might have something within their arsenal that may surpass our previously established character.
I see 2 uploads of Pragmata today. I was excited for this game 6 years ago when PlayStation 5 first showed, but the demo was not it. Now everyone loves the game. I don't know, man. Pragmata seems like one of those games that I'm not gonna, if people like it, they like it too. Kaido didn't destroy the worst generation immediately. He played with his fruit and that cost him. So did fucking Madara. What are we talking about? So did Madara. Literally. What are we talking about here? Madara literally goes into his fight with Naruto and Sasuke saying this will be the final battle, and then runs away as soon as the 2 of them literally says right here, this is the final battle, my powers versus yours, let us see who is superior once and for all. And then when every single jutsu he tried to hit them with somehow fails, he basically says, alright, fuck it, I'm gonna go for Sasuke's Rinnegan, wait, I can't get it. Wait, my Limbo clone's coming back. Wait, I'm here now. Let me fly away and run away so I can get my second Rinnegan. Yeah, Madara's justified. He got really cocky and so it's justified for Madara but not Kaido. Do you understand? Do you understand that now you're sounding biased because you're saying Yes, and Kaido does as well. Kaido loves a good fight. Kaido's wanted a good fight for the longest time. So again, what's your reasoning, man? Come on, Boku no... Can you at least agree with me in the sense that now you're sounding a bit biased because you're saying Madara got really cocky and understandable, and it's understandable why Madara loves a good fight. Now, come on. You cannot sit here and tell me that Kaido isn't the exact same, especially not even because he got cocky. Kaido doesn't even get cocky. He just keeps beating down Luffy, and Luffy just keeps coming back. In his case, Kaido just loves a good fight, and he just keeps accepting Luffy's fights. Would be individual things in the universe. At its most, literally the maximum would be a black hole, and it's the most consistent, therefore comments on redrawing maps. Not really. Redrawing maps does not mean that he can smash all things in the universe. But come on now. 90s potato, you're getting very close to getting timed out by me. Don't do this stuff and stuff where you're saying, are you actually using your head? Let's keep away from that. Come on now. One smart, let's just leave it at agree to disagree. You're just gonna keep trying to do some weird interpretation with mental gymnastics. I'm just not gonna hear it. Alright? Madara's statement about smashing all things in the universe makes no sense in a literal standpoint. I'm sorry. We're just not gonna agree. You can keep typing in the comment. I'm just gonna start ignoring them if it's about that.
Foxy the pirate is probably weaker overall than Enel.
However, that doesn't... Okay. Anyway, back to this. Yeah, no. It's if you're gonna sit here and try to make an argument for Madara saying, well, his is justified but Kaido's isn't, then that's just biased. I'm sorry, dude. That's just blatant bias. And that's okay. You can be biased. I don't personally care if you are, but I'm just gonna call it out at that point. Foxy. There we go. We got Foxy. Foxy under Enel. Yeah.
Overall, then... Listen, I don't think anyone is going to disagree with me when I say that someone like Foxy the...
Yeah.
Me when I say that someone like... That someone like Foxy the pirate is probably weak in Enel.
However, that doesn't inherently mean that Enel doesn't suffer from some form of power creep. You read that wrong. I ran out the letters. All things in the universe would be the individual things in universe. At its most literal, the maximum would be a black hole. At its most literal, the maximum would not be a black hole. I don't know how you... all things in the universe means everything in the universe. At its most consistent, there's Madara's comments on redrawing maps. That doesn't help your argument. Okay, fine, keep that point happy. All the Kaido needs is one trick with Kaido alcohol or something and just genjutsus him. He wouldn't genjutsu him because Kaido doesn't have genjutsu, doesn't have chakra or a chakra network. Genjutsu doesn't work against people that don't have a chakra network. Therefore, I will not entertain the idea that Madara would put Kaido under genjutsu. It would also be kind of out of character for Madara to just go for a genjutsu against his opponents, especially since throughout the, what was it, like, what does he show up in, like, around, like, 550? In the 150 chapters that Madara performs, Madara fights. So why did the genjutsu work on the cats? Because the cats have have chakra and a chakra network. It's literally that simple. All living creatures in Naruto have chakra and a chakra nature. It's very simple. All living beings have chakra. Yep. Yep. You need chakra and a chakra network, and they had chakra and a chakra network. It's that simple. However, that doesn't inherently mean that Enel doesn't suffer from some form of power creep. As I've gone into detail before, Foxy can... We'll stretch this out here. Aren't cats and Kaido in the beast animal category, huh? Yes, can you explain to me where it's implied that One Piece characters have a chakra network? You know, an entire internal organ that is specifically used for chakra to flow in? I mean, can you show me that? Show me where in One Piece Kaido is stated to have a chakra network. Show me where in One Piece characters can be put under illusions by manipulating the chakra inside of their body. If you can show me that, I'll believe you. Foxy can shoot beams of light in the form of his slow beam. These beams are implied Alright, Alright, now let's go to... We're done with Alabasta. We're done with Skypiea. I don't really need it anymore. Naruto... One Piece... Long Ring Long. I'm about to, like, recategorize all my arcs. You know what? I'm recategorizing the arcs at some point. I can't do that for you simply because there's nowhere I can find it if I don't look hard enough. I don't know. I mean, there's nowhere you can find it because it's not canon at all. Genjutsu does not work outside of the One Piece verse. It's outside of the Naruto verse. It's really just that simple. I don't have a reason to entertain an argument that Genjutsu would work when it specifically requires the character to have their chakra network manipulated, and sorry to tell you this, they don't have chakra network, so why would I agree with it? I don't have to entertain the argument either because you have no objective way of proving it. So again, how does Madara put Kaido under Genjutsu? You can believe it if you want. That's completely fine, but I don't have to agree with it in the slightest bit. So we kind of reach a bit of an impasse. We kind of reach a bit of a small impasse because, I mean, either you try to stick to this idea and I'm just going to keep telling you to prove it, which you won't be able to, or we simply move on past and now we talk about how Madara has to now fight Kaido with raw physical force, which he loses in 10 times out of 10. Like, Madara just does not keep up with Kaido in any facet of fucking physical capabilities. There's just no way. You can't even prove to me that Madara can strike with continental amounts of force while using the Ten Tails. So it just doesn't matter. You can try to argue it all you want, but we're just gonna keep going nowhere with it. The literal interpretation and the consistent interpretation are different, and I wasn't saying they are the same. Redrawing maps would mean the casual destruction of landmasses, just a train of thought. Sure, well, I wouldn't say it's casual at all, considering that, again, he has to use his full power for it, so it wouldn't be casual to begin with. But second, I mean, I don't know what the point of even bringing up the statement is, since the statement doesn't really do anything for your argument, since it doesn't exactly apply an actual objective scaling for Madara's attack potency, because all things in the universe would also account for the planet, which it wouldn't be consistent with at all. So if taking the statement as its most literal form would be inconsistent for the context of the story, and then why are you trying to bring up the point? Because again, it just becomes a meaningless point. You're just continuously trying to add on to it. Then I already said let's just agree to disagree. You're just keeping adding it onto it. So what's the point at that point? I just don't get it then. Well, guess Naruto characters don't have Haki or Devil Fruit. See, so how do you like to taste your own medicine? Yeah, they don't have them. What's your point? Does that mean that Devil Fruit abilities don't automatically work on Naruto characters? I don't agree with that. I never said that a ninjutsu attack can't work on One Piece characters. My argument for you the entire time was that Madara can't hurt Kaido because he can't even meet the minimum threshold damage for it. Under any facet of logic, he just can't reach it. Especially within the context of the story, Madara just does not have any way of quantifying his attack potency to go not either A, bypass Kaido's durability, or B, overpower Kaido's durability to such an extent that he could hurt him even beyond the need for advanced armament Haki, internal destruction, or advanced conqueror's Haki. Marineford, Fishman Islands, we're just going to do this right now. Fishman Island, Egghead, Whole Cake Island, Punk Hazard. Yeah, we're just gonna do it like this. 12. 13, Wano, Whole Cake, Dressrosa, 13. Bro, I even trying to give that to Madara Cleave Mountains with ease. Brido needed to turn into a dragon for that, okay? And I've already shown you that Kaido tanked punches from Luffy, who has greater than a continental attack potency. So, again, what's your point? Kaido tanked punches from Luffy, punches from Gear 4, and walked away from them in base form with no damage. Madara's Susanoo cleaving blade is not going to hurt Kaido. He has no scratch marks, no dirt marks. Luffy quite literally didn't hurt him. Or being mean, but Eon, honestly, it sounds like this guy's a child, no offense. Like, genuinely, I mean... That's your perception of them. That's fine. Sure, I guess. I don't care if they're a child or not. I'm still giving them. I'm gonna give them the discussion. So again, what's your point, Bokuno? You're not really giving me anything here. Like, who cares? Who cares if Madara cleave two mountains? Fantastic. That's a casual One Piece feat. Cleaving mountains is literally a casual One Piece feat. It doesn't really do much for you. Would love to see what your next point is. Do you have some kind of objective evidence going in, or are we just gonna keep saying but this, but that? Cause again, I don't know, man. You're not really giving me much to work with here. Egghead is 17. $207? Where the fuck is... What the fuck are you talking about? 201 page 7. 201 page 7. What do you mean it's missing? Search specifying new location. Library. One Piece. Yes. Why the fuck did I all of a sudden lose? What the fuck is happening? Wait, what the fuck? No. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. What the fuck happened to all my images? Someone from years ago said it was casual. I don't care if someone from years ago said it was casual. Madara literally needs to use his full power for that. You want me to show you? I can literally go out of my way. What the fuck is happening here? What's going on with my stuff? Why isn't anything popping up anymore? What the fuck? Whoa. Give me the welcome screen. What the fuck? Open. There is no fucking way that everything got fucking destabilized. Why? What the fuck is going on with my project? Dude, I am... I don't care. 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 Okay. Let me see this real quick. Let me check out a different project. If I click no here. Motherfucker. Motherfucking fucker. God damn it. I know what happened. I know what happened. I know what happened. Let me try it now. Let me try it now. I would believe the guy that is giving you the fairest interpretation possible and not just the guy who has the bigger subscriber base just because, you know, you want to hear yes. Let me put it like this. Your perspective is essentially coming from the idea that because I have this low subscriber count, if somebody with a higher subscriber count says yes, then therefore they must be right. And I'm going to tell you, I mean, you have every right and every bit of willpower to believe whatever the fuck it is you want to believe. I don't personally care I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't personally care. But I'm going to be so honest with you when I say, at the end of the day, I would say side with the person that it provides the most consistent level of logic, and more often than not, the person with the higher viewer count doesn't necessarily mean that they have it. Now, again, you have more of a right to believe whatever you want to believe, and I'm not going to tell you I'm objectively right or whatever, because at the end of the day, I also believe that everything I say comes from and still from the context of interpretation. If more people believe him, isn't he right? No, that would be appealing. First of all, that would be simply believing in the, what's it called again? What's this shit called again? That's just confirmation bias at that point. Well, one, it would be confirmation bias, but it would be appealing to popularity, which, again, I don't really care for popularity. More people are willing to believe the guy that says their verse is stronger just because they are... Just because they have a higher subscriber count, just because they simply like the series more. If you have a guy that from Naruto that says that Naruto's universal, I promise you more people are going to say that they agree with him just because now their Naruto character, they can just argue that Naruto's universal. You go by those metrics to believe someone. I would rather believe in actual logic, reasoning, feats, statements, and more so narratives. You can believe whatever you want, Boku no Mita, but just because a person has more subscribers than me does not even remotely mean under any facet of logic that they're right. But, again, you can choose to believe that.
Seen from Crocodile in terms of destructive capacity. This...
Dude, now I have to do all that shit again. Fuck me, man. Fuck me. Fine.
Anything we've seen from land that completely outscales anything we've seen from Crocodile... Anything we've seen... Anything...
Okay. Sure. We'll do that later. Okay, so just to explain, I don't know if you guys know how this works, but usually the way that the system works is that all of these files that exist within the context of my computer or within the context of the video are constantly being found and taken away from specific files within my PC. Whenever I click on a file, it essentially finds the folder that the file is in, then the subfolder that folder's in, and then so on and so forth. Because I changed the names of my folders to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in order to essentially figure out where the arc is from a... in order to find where the file is from a more consistent perspective, from a more categorized perspective, because I did that, it then recontextualized where all the files are meant to find, because they're saying the name of the file folder was changed, therefore it can no longer find it within that folder. It's not going to check for 3 space Skypea. It's going to look for Skypea, and then from there it's going to look for the folder that the folder is in, and then from there it's going to look at so on and so forth. Because I changed it, it fixed it. Because I'll put it like this. Because I changed it, put a number in front of all of these, it literally changed the folder name, so now all the files must now be refound, and I was just not going to do that. Okay. Simple explanation, but yeah. Looks like it's very diffuse getting through right now, so let's just say Naruto is a very well-known and destined shonen for being loved, and all is good. So is One Piece. What's your point? Yeah, good for Naruto. So is One Piece. What's your point? Is this just one of those things where you can't beat any of my arguments? You can't logically dissect any of my arguments? You can't provide any evidence, so now you're trying to say, well, Naruto's a fantastic series, right? Can we agree on that? Like, I mean, sure, I can say that Naruto's a great series. I love the series, fantastic, but like, you're basically just bringing up a random thing that nobody's talking about and nobody cares. Nobody here cares if Naruto's a beloved, fantastic series. Yeah, it's a good series. I don't think anybody here is going to say Naruto's trash, but that has nothing to do with our conversation. You're just trying to bring that up because now you're trying to say, oh, well, Eon, just agree to this, and that's it. Small boost for the... thank you so much, Drake. Guys, can we get some W's for Drake, please? It sucks to lose the work and drink so much motivation. My motivation's been down in the dumps. I just want to get through this Naruto versus Luffy thing and just stop talking about this bullshit once and for all. I think I'm just done with, like, shonen conversations for a while.
Anything we've seen from Crocodile in terms of destructive capacity. This becomes even more apparent when he finishes the arc Maxim and nearly wipes out the entire country.
Yeah.
Even more apparent when he finishes the arc Maxim and nearly wipes out the entire country with his Raigo. Now, not every villain that subsequently a solid stone constructs like walls, buildings.
Thank you guys. Let's get some more W's for Drake. We really do appreciate it.
Now, not every villain that subsequently appears is going to be more powerful in every stat, but they might have something within their arsenal that may surpass our previously established characters. Listen, I don't think anyone is going to disagree with me when I say that someone like Foxy the Pirate is probably weaker overall than Enel. However, that doesn't inherently mean that Enel doesn't suffer from some form of power creep.
Can I please just get the confirmation from you before I leave? No, because I'm not gonna pander to you just because you want me to say some random BS because, oh, I couldn't beat his argument, therefore now he wants me to say this. I'm not doing that, dude. I'm not doing that. I like Yu Yu Hakusho and Inuyasha more than I like Naruto. Yeah, I love One Piece. I'm sure some people here love Black Clover. I'm sure some people here love Danganronpa, or D&D, or Fairy Tail, or One Punch Man. There's a bunch of series. There's a bunch of different series. There's a bunch of different things we could do. I appreciate it, by the way, Eternal. Does that mean Expedition 33 scaling after Naruto versus Luffy? Probably Expedition 33, probably Black Myth Wukong. I feel like I just need to sit down and play a video game and just like really just see what I can do with that. You know what I mean? I feel like I just want to do that first. But yeah.
Anything we've seen from Crocodile in terms of...
Okay, so now let's go back and find those chapters again because now I have to do all that bullshit. Well, it's not too much, so I can't complain. Okay, so Alabasta, we get the 2 stuff from Crocodile. Then we go to Profiles to get the stuff for Foxy. Foxy. There we go.
Anything we've seen from Crocodile in terms of...
Okay. Okay, that's the Gran Seco stuff, that's Water Luffy, where's the, we'll use this, and then we'll use...
terms of destructive capacity. This becomes even more apparent when he finishes the arc Maxim and...
Okay, we also need Skypiea, so let's go for Skypiea real quick. That was Long Ring Long. We will be keeping up Long Ring Long. I'm gonna move out of this real quick, and we're gonna do Skypiea. We need the arc Maxim.
and nearly wipes out the entire country with his Raigo. Now, not every villain that subsequently appears is going to be more powerful in every stat, but they might have something within their arsenal that may surpass our previously established characters. Listen,
if you scale Expedition 33 to Outer, it's over for you, Bucko. I'll scale it to wherever the hell I want to scale it. I'm not doing this. Like, I don't know, man. I'm just kind of over it. You know, I had a conversation with my therapist that, like, I might be going through depression right now. I don't know personally. I felt depressions before. It kind of feels like this, but at the same time, it kind of doesn't. I don't know, man. I might just be on my head about things. At least be civil about it. Just say hello first and ask if someone wants to have a little debate in a calm environment. I know, Six. I know. I know you're just joking. I know. Yeah.
As I've gone into detail before, Foxy can shoot beams of light in the form of his slow beam. These beams are implied consistently to be light, so there's an easy enough conclusion that one can draw that Foxy at least These beams are implied consistently to be light, so there's an easy enough conclusion that one can draw.
Yeah.
Enough conclusion that one can.
When does Foxy say? When does Foxy?
Before, Foxy can shoot beams of light in the form of his slow beam. These beams are implied consistently to be light, so there's an easy enough conclusion that one can draw that Foxy at least power creeps Enel in terms of his beam's speed versus Enel's lightning. Although this only applies if you genuinely
Beam. We'll copy this, then we'll paste this.
to be light, so there's an easy enough conclusion that one can draw that Foxy at least power creeps Enel. That Foxy at least power can draw that Foxy
And then we'll express this larger, and then what we'll do here, well, let's go back to Skypea real quick. What we'll do is, where is the fight with Luffy?
power creeps Enel in terms of his beam's speed versus Enel's lightning. Although this only
What's your views on the strongest transformations from base? Mine is Majin Dark Schneider. It's not even his strongest form, but in terms of raw powers, it's a million times stronger than base. Strongest transformations from base? Horty Jones pill meta. If you lowball the number of pills that Horty Jones ate to 30 pills per serving, assuming that this 10 is like 10 times the strength of a normal human, then it's 10 times 2 to the power of 90, which is this number. Which would be, what is it? Hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, sextillions, septillions, octillions. Yeah, if you want a quantifiable metric, the Horty Jones pill meta. This thing makes him a 12 octillion times stronger, based on assumptions and lowballs on the number of pills that he's eaten. It's just stress. Take some time, lay off, drink some tea, and eat some healthy. Drugs are crazy, kids. Don't do them. Yeah. Don't do drugs. You don't want to randomly become 12 octillion times more powerful. Gotta be True Devil Union version 2. It's multiple infinities times amp. Yeah, that's also a pretty damn big one, too. That's also pretty damn big, too. Okay.
in terms of his beam.
I'll probably use these clips. I'll probably use this clip of, like, Usopp. Hey, what's up, Wise Infinity? How you doing, man? Hope you're having a good day.
Although this only applies if you genuinely don't believe in Oda's SBS statement that says in order to dodge Enel's lightning, one must duck at light speed. Regardless of
What's going on here? We're just trying to edit together a video about One Piece power cliffing. Once I'm done with that, you guys will get continuous evidence, continuous streams back to back about One Piece versus what the fuck is the Enel statement? Enel. I don't. No. Nope. Okay. Whatever. There we go.
Lightning, one must duck at light speed. Regardless of whether or not you agree with the direct statement from the author, we can definitely start to see signs of power cliffing in Water 7 when we meet CP9.
Since yeah, after that Russell Brand thing, with like him essaying a 16-year-old, I just keep thinking like CP9 is just, well, you guys know what CP can stand for. I just that shit is so, there had to have been, I know it's Cypher Pole, everybody knows it's Cypher Pole, but it's like, did we really have to name him CP9? Come on, man. Nobody could have foreseen that CP would just now, at least within the Western world, be used as a way to describe, you know, piled corn.
Entire country with Oda's SBS. Regardless of whether or not you agree with the direct statement from the author, we can definitely start to see signs of power cliffing in Water 7 when we meet CP9. Regardless of whether or not you agree with the direct statement from the author, we can
Oh, I'm hitting that hard R right here. Listen to this, the hard R. Me just hitting that hard R in the video. That hard author. Just say cheese pizza. That's what they secretly call it anyway. Thank Goda. I don't like plain cheese pizza. Yeah, I don't like plain cheese pizza either. What do you guys fuck with? The hard R? Yeah, right here. The hard R. If you crack one man, who would you crack? I'm not cracking anyone. Maybe my King Sukuna, but I'm not cracking anyone. If I had to crack one man, why do I have to crack one man? Anyway, cheese pizza? Dude, what is like the most underrated, what is the most underrated pizza topping, chat? What's the most underrated pizza topping? I'm not gonna lie, I think pepperoni is entirely overrated. I don't fuck with it. Wrong Thukuna is cracking you, yeah.
We can definitely start to see signs of power cliffing in Water 7.
You know what? I don't think we should probably use Water 7. Somebody did bring up Dressrosa, but I think what we'll do instead is use Skypea. Jalapenos? Babies? Alright, that's enough of that. Yeah, it was a nice little fun question. You know, I want to see what you guys had in terms of your flavor profiles or whatever, but beans on pizza? Yeah, that's just an instant timeout. I'm not even fucking, you know what? That's an instant you know what? It's your first offense. That's a 5-minute timeout. That's fucking crazy. I'm timing you out for that. That is absolutely fucking deplorable. Why would you say beans on pizza? Absolutely fucking terrible. First time viewer, sure, I'll be nice, but like, that would have been a 24-hour timeout. I'm not even gonna play. I like salami pizza, but I hate pineapple pizza. Chat, is pineapple pizza... Thoughts on pineapple pizza? Goated? Feed me more? Let's see. Goated? More. Get that away from me. Would at least have a slice. I'm calling Child Protective Services. I'm calling CPS. 1/2 a human 12 octillion times stronger than the average person would be capable of feats far beyond any typical fictional character. 2, effectively possessing strength capable of manipulating the entire character and the surrounding stars. Never tried it, don't plan to intentionally. Get that bullshit away from me? Wow. Weird hearing Foxy the Pirate outside of FNAF. FNAF author is clearly a One Piece fan, I'm gonna be honest with you. What were we talking about, though? What were we talking about? Oh, right. I was going to find a One Piece island that I could use for this. Let's see. The knock-up stream. We get up. and then when we reach it... Yeah, we'll do this. I like chicken, banana, peppers, and barbecue. Chat, what's more of blasphemy? What's more blasphemy? Putting banana on pizza or putting fucking pineapple? Yeah, I would've, like, come on now. Pineapple pizza isn't that fucking bad, and it adds a bit of juiciness to the pizza. I don't know why people say it's terrible, man. Like, you could just not eat it, too, but to say, like, it doesn't belong on pizza, come on, man. Where do you get all the colored manga? What site do you use? I use Weeb Central. Both equally blasphemous. See, now that's... You know... Bananas is crazy, though. I've never heard of somebody putting banana on a pizza. No defense for bananas. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, come on now. You guys ever had you guys ever had a chocolate pizza? You guys ever had a chocolate pizza where instead of they basically, I think like the base for it is chocolate, and I think then they sprinkle it with like some fucking like sweet caramel or something, and they throw like slices of strawberry on top, banana peppers, not banana. All right, banana peppers. I was about to say banana is fucking crazy. That's straight blasphemy, yeah. If there was one thing that Luffy start to see signs of power cliffing in Water 7 when we meet CP9. If there was one thing that Luffy didn't necessarily have an issue with in regards to Enel based on his lightning, it was his speed. Besides the instances where Enel clearly used mantra or observation. If there was one thing that Luffy didn't necessarily have an issue with in regards to Enel based on his lightning, it was his speed. Besides the instances where Enel clearly used mantra or observation haki and evade or counter Luffy's attacks, he couldn't necessarily evade every single hit Luffy. Besides the instances where Enel clearly used mantra or observation haki in order to... I'd rather eat broccoli pizza than pineapple pizza, but broccoli pizza isn't bad. I think I've had slices on it before. Yeah, it was like broccoli and chicken. But the thing is that, like, the reason why pineapple pizza is good is because when you have the juicy flavor of the pineapple to add, it adds like a bit of like a sweet... Like a sweet, tangy flavor to the pizza that kind of helps cut through all of, like, the heavy, savory flavors of the pizza, bruv. Eon been eating straight fuck shit since Paris. I haven't been eating straight fuck shit since Paris! No, I... Fuck you. Yo, I'd eat neither if it wasn't the only topping. I mean, have you tried it, though, at least? Like, if you just don't like pineapples, I get that, right? But, like, if you've never at least tried it, I'd just say, come on. It's not, one slice is not gonna kill you. What, you think it's gonna be like drinking McDonald's Sprite? Thinking McDonald's Sprite, and then all of a sudden your body starts to glitch out from the fabric of existence? It's not that fucking bad either, dude. I don't like tang on my pizza or meat. I've tried it. It just makes me sick. What kind of pizza toppings do you have, then? I don't think I saw them. What kind of pizza toppings do you do? Oh, salami pizza. I mean, I guess. I'm not a fan of salami, personally. Pineapple's just not on meat or sauce. I don't know. Have you ever had, like, a pineapple on a steak, dude? That shit is banging, bro. Pineapples on a steak? Banging. I think Beerus said it best. Who would put sweet pineapple on a perfectly good salty pizza? People with an actual fucking flavor profile. What the fuck are we talking about? Do you believe that there's anyone Naruto could free Skypiea? It doesn't matter how they arrive. If they had to drop someone, who would you believe had it in mind? I could definitely argue Obito. I could definitely argue characters like Obito could possibly do it. Ten Tails Obito, I mean. I don't know how Obito ever, like, gets a handle on an L. I mean, Obito, actually, no, base Obito, sure. Like, base, like, Rinnegan Obito, sure. If, like, if you think that he can suck away an L without an L, just, like, shocking him. If you can suck away an L without an L shocking him, you can argue, that version of Obito. I think that version's fine. Pineapple pizza is aight, I guess. But chocolate pizza, I knew something was up when you ate 3 escargots. I've never had chocolate pizza. I'm just asking because I saw an episode of Hotel Hell. Hotel Hell. Chocolate pizza. Yeah, there's a Hotel Hell episode of chocolate pizza. A Hotel Hell episode where the guy tries to show chocolate pizza, bruv. You can't tell me that I've been on some bullshit and eating escargot. I had, like, what? I had 6 pieces of escargot that I didn't even fuck with, and then they give you this. What do you mean? It's not that bad, bruh. Where the fuck is the chocolate pizza? Let's see the chocolate pizza. Where the fuck is it? Oh yeah, this guy. This guy ended up like completely shutting down. Yeah, right here. This was a chocolate pizza. Right here, right here. That wasn't appetizing. I think they went for another one. Yeah, right here. This shit was crazy. The biggest offense is carrots and corn on pizza. See, at that point, we have a problem. If you're putting carrots and corn, yeah, the name is fitting. I'm not eating anything from that kitchen. To be fair, they did actually take all of Gordon's advice and they did improve the location. When my mom and I were binging Hotel Hell on YouTube, before she left the last time that she was here, we ended up. Have you eaten black pizza? What constitutes black pizza? Are you talking like pizza Nero de Sepia with like the octopus ink? No, I haven't had that. I've had black spaghetti. I haven't had black pizza. Pineapple pizza is good, but I wouldn't go out of my way to eat it because other pizza toppings are just so much better. That's fine. But see, here's the thing. I think that is a completely reasonable take to have. It's just when I feel like when people say, oh, well, like, if a person says, I like pineapples and I like pizza, but I would never put them together, I'm like, you might be bugging out just a tiny bit. I'm just saying taste it once. Like, other people say, I will never try it no matter how much I love pizza or pineapples. It's like, I think you're bugging a little bit on that. Like, if you like two things and they can go together relatively well, why not try it out at the very least? But if you're like, okay, well, pizza with any other topping would probably be more appetizing to me than pineapples, I think, you know what? That is still completely fine. But to say like, oh, it just doesn't belong on it, I think that's crazy. The narrow sick version? Narrow de sepia version. Okay, so you're asking me for a black ink pizza, right? So you're asking for black ink pizza. Narrow de sepia. Not narrow sick. What the fuck? When I say narrow de sepia, I mean this. This. Narrow de sepia. Nero di Sepia is essentially a cuttlefish ink pasta. It's actually really good. It offers like a slightly unique flavor to the pasta and to the risotto. I've had both in the past. They're really nice. It's definitely not something that like you're gonna sit here and say, holy fucking shit, just to pick your, not a bribe, just to pick your brain. What are your thoughts on Transformers, and would you consider scaling the series or characters? Sorry if you've already answered this. Okay, I like Transformers. I love Optimus Prime. I think one of my favorites is actually Jetfire. It depends on what version of Transformers. By the way, can we get some fucking, can we get some W's for the massive dick donation from the One Man Comics? One of my mods actually ended up giving me a website to read Transformers, and I can always go back and check it out. It was I think it was a version of I forgot which iteration of Transformers that it was, but it was one where like Optimus Prime killed a deer by accident, and he was like sad about it. I'll put it like this: I love Transformers. I've always liked them. It looks narrow and sick though. Not really. Narrow de Sepia pizza. Let's see. Yeah, there's like a black crust pizza. Yeah, there's like a black crust pizza. I can't donation mod because I'm broke right now. No, you're fine. You ever thought Shadow Clone Jutsu in real life? Oh, I'm sorry, Bendel. You ever thought of using the Shadow Clone Jutsu in real life and turning the clone into Yamato so you can go to town when you're bored? There are a lot of things that I would use the Shadow Clone Jutsu for. I would never in my life use it to have the Shadow Clone Jutsu to then transform the Shadow Clone just to have sex. At that point, I'm just having sex with myself, dude. And I don't even think that's masturbation, because I don't know how the fuck you... I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to talk about that. No, I would not use it for that. As for Transformers, yes, I would actually be interested in it. I might actually pick up a Transformers video game and just go off of that. I've been thinking about maybe doing some video game scaling just for the sake of it. I like Beasties best out of the Transformers variations. Oh, the Beast... yeah, the Beast Wars. Transformer Beast Wars wasn't bad. I'm a fan of Armada. I'm a fan of Energon. I think I stopped around Cybertron when I was really focusing on Transformers. I do like the Transformers movies. Yeah, cracking yourself is wild. I don't even know if that just counts as masturbation at that point, but anyway. I would definitely consider doing Transformers. I would actually be interested in doing Transformers. I think I just need to, not even just because of the dono, but I think I just need to step away from like anime scaling for a little bit and maybe recontextualize I want to kind of like spread my horizons. So I get this video done, then I do Naruto versus Luffy. I'm already almost halfway done with the videos editing. I do Naruto versus Luffy, and then we'll probably just be done from there. I'm gonna try to get to like 7.5 minutes, 7 minutes, and then we'll probably just end it up from there, and we'll have some chats about other stuff in the meantime until I time out. I always said the shadow clone and the transformation jutsu's best form of self crack. But why do you have to crack yourself? Isn't that a little sad? That you have to make that instead of finding another individual and having sex with them, doing whatever you want, etc., 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 you know, instead of like finding another individual, building up the rapport for them, you know, getting to know them, getting to care about them, or if you just want to crack one night, just find a fucking Tinder app and just do that. Like, instead of doing all that, why crack yourself? Isn't that a little sad? Like, isn't it a little sad? Do it the old mafia way and take the kneecaps as payment? You wouldn't crack yourself? No, I'm not cracking myself. You're turning them into a woman. That, my brother in Christ, that is still me. That is still me. What do you mean? Sure, they look like somebody else, but isn't it also okay? Bro, no, it's not. Okay. Let me okay, morally speaking, right? Okay. Let's actually talk about what the fuck is happening, right? You make a clone, right? You make a clone. I'm going to do edit. I'm not going to edit first. Okay. I'm going to do it through this. I'm not even going to put up a poll cuz I know what the fuck you guys are going to ask. Okay. Let's talk about the process of this, right? You make a clone, then you have them transform. Then you have them transform into another person. Another person. Then you smash. You smash. Isn't it a bit immoral? Isn't it at least a bit fucking immoral? I said immoral. Immoral or unethical to just make a clone of another person or have a clone transform into another person just for the sake of having sex with it? Like, that's fucking that's so completely fucked in my opinion. What if you taught your girlfriend the jutsu? I think my girlfriend would be extremely fucking upset at the fact that I'm asking her to turn into images of other women or people in order for us to smash. I think that would be weird. At that point, I only want to smash her. Like, doesn't the experience come back to you? Yes, and the experience goes back to you. And I don't give a fuck about it being ethical. I wouldn't change its appearance anyway. Okay, then that's just a little different. Sure, I guess it's not as unethical if you're using it just to crack yourself. But also realize that the experience of being pounded goes back to you at the end. So, don't you think you'd make some serious money off of it? I mean, I'd still think it's unethical. I'd still think it's unethical as fuck. Isn't it wrong for you to not make your dream come true? Give me transformation jutsu and a Megan Good clone. A Megan Good? Who the fuck is Megan Good? Who's Megan Good? Well, I mean, she's very attractive, yes. Oh, this is the actress, yes. Yes. Now I remember. It's still... Megan Good clone me getting pregnant. It can't get pregnant because it would just fucking pop. What kind of a question is, wait, the experience goes back to, yo, I forgot. I was on Ian's side until now. No, you're just 100% trolling it. Okay, you know what? I'm over this conversation. I'm over this. This is... like, it's the perfect test for yourself. You know, perfect it on perfected on yourself, then you'd go into the world as a master. Yes, but if you don't know what good sex is, what is the metric or what is the gauge for having good sex in the first place is? You can't have a gauge for yourself unless you're having sex with other people. And if you can have sex with other people, why would you go out of your way to make a clone so you can have sex with yourself in the first place? Like, I don't get what the fucking point is. How the fuck do you make money out of this? OnlyFans? Oh, fantastic. I'm just taking other people's visual identities and I'm essentially just making profit off of it. But then, what about the legal implications? Like, they'll still think it's fucking immoral. To get to the topic away from this, I recommend Transformers Rise of the Dark Spark. If I remember, it takes place in the TFP verse, which has novels and a canon. Just give me some, if you can give me something. The one of the versions that I was given was a version of Transformers where the characters, it was kind of like its own standalone thing. I'm fine with that. I'd rather not have something that makes me take in from too many sources of outer media. The experience going back is even better. You get to relive through two different perspectives. All right. All fucking right. Femboys are better than females who are better than or relative to men. Sure.
Besides the instances where Enel
Sure.
clearly used mantra or observation haki in order to evade or counter Luffy's attack. In regards to Enel, based on his lightning, it was his speed. Besides the instances where Enel clearly...
Okay, so now we have to go back to the Enel fight, and then we'll go from there. You know what? I think I'm just over the conversation. If there is a version of Transformers that you can recommend for me, One Man Comics, you think femboys are better than females? No, I was just reading the comment that my mod posted. This comment right here. You can see it over the mouse hovering over it. How did we get here? Somebody asked a really fuck-ass question, and chat went along with it. Anyway, so One Man Comics. Is there an iteration of Transformers that is like just self-contained within either a TV show or a comic? I'd rather not go through novels and stuff. I'd rather just not go through multiple forms of media. I think I'm better off. I believe I'm better off arguing from the perspective of. I believe I'm better off just arguing from the perspective, or at least I'm better off taking in information. If it's just, by the way, does anyone watch Psyche K? If so, how far does Nendo scale? Psyche. I've watched Psyche during the pandemic. I don't recall much from it, though. I remember you can, like, switch people's personalities or, like, bodies. Femboys have better cakes than females, actually. I hope you're referencing... I genuinely hope that by cakes you're referencing, like, baking goods. Because, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a guy with a better cake than a girl. I don't know, man. That's just me, though. Maybe I'm just biased. Maybe just a part of me is biased. Just reminded me of a Matt Rose dream segment where the models and influencers were putting their DNA structures into chat messages for people to clone them. All right, that is a little crazy. That does seem like a little crazy.
Besides the instances where Enel...
Okay, where Enel is using mantra or observation haki. Okay.
The instances where Enel clearly used mantra or observation haki in order to evade or counter Luffy's attacks. He couldn't necessarily evade every single hit Luffy threw at him, especially when his mantra couldn't keep up. Hit Luffy threw at him, especially when his mantra couldn't keep. Especially...
Okay, so we're gonna slow it down to here. Transformers Prime is amazing. I've heard good things about Transformers Prime. Our moderator Bob actually put me on to a video from it that I think was actually pretty damn cool. I would be interested in checking it out. So I watched this video giving a breakdown about this book called All Tomorrows, where humanity gets super crushed by these aliens called the Ku. Or is it Chu? Or is it Shu? Is it Ku, Chu, or Shu? Because I know that, like, it's depending on, like, the culture, it might be pronounced differently.
Especially when his mantra couldn't keep up. We even see this during Luffy's final attack, where he states verbatim, he's fast.
I think what I'll do here, what episode does Luffy fight Enel? Let me pull out videos. What episode does Luffy fight Enel? Yeah. $182. Okay. What about 185? Okay, let's just skip ahead. I appreciate just having this fucking app bro, this app just did so much for me. Alright, we don't need that one. So it's 182, it's 180, so I imagine that then we're gonna have to go to episode, what is it? function F 182, and then we'll go to what, 3? It has to be after Enel already gets the ship to start up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll take this. Is mantra boosted by the electric magnetic fields and different than observation hockey, or just a different name for the same thing that Enel is special because of his fruit? So observation hockey is essentially mantra. They're the same thing. It just requires different names. They devolved them into 48 different species. That's crazy. I think Armada is self-contained, or maybe Transformers animated series. I love the Transformers animated series, dude. That one was really good. I don't think they have a ton of extra sources. I know Armada is tied to Energon, and I think it's also tied to Cybertron, if I remember correctly. The magnetic fields that Enel uses through mantra in order to improve the range of his observation hockey also allow him to listen in on different conversations that people have through the expanded electrical fields that he uses through his devil fruits in conjunction through his hockey. With One Piece specifically, characters that can use hockey, specific devil fruits can actually use their hockey in conjunction with their devil fruits to expand upon what the hockey initially allows them to use. Another example of this is Luffy, where he can essentially coat his entire body in hockey to such a degree that it gives him not only the flame pattern, but it also allows him, through the use of hockey, to use heated up attacks like Red Hawk. No, not history. We need downloads. Enel Amaru, there we go. Okay, so let's save the video. And then this one's what? 183. We don't go to profiles, we go to One Piece, then we go to videos, and then we do 183. Save. Yeah, save. You think all extensions are the same since it's a different culture? No, they're the same thing. They're definitely the same thing. The benefits of being pansexual is I don't have to worry about these sexual conundrums. My greed truly sickens me. Well, I love that for you personally. Whether it's femboys, women, men, trans women, as long as you find somebody in your life that genuinely cares about you, that you genuinely care about them, and that you can be your true authentic selves in front of each other, I think that's what's important, man. Not gonna lie. I think at the end of the day, the world can be rough for everybody in different ways, in different shapes and forms. So I think personally, it's all just about, either finding someone or finding, well, you don't necessarily have to find someone, but finding not only reassurance in yourself, but also in the type of person that you are and in the time of life that you want to live. I take it back. Prime is connected to the robots in disguise, so it's not worth the watch. Armada series and animated series are good. I might end up watching, as much as I don't want to, I might end up watching Transformers Armada through the Japanese sub, because the animation does seem to be consistently better for it. Say rough 2 times after each other? No. I choose to not do that. Okay, so we're gonna go with this. Bad boy? No. Alright, I don't think I need the rest. That's 38 seconds long, damn.
We even see this during Luffy's final attack, where he states
3 seconds, I have to shave down. Vehicons, all hail Starscream one more time. I might end up doing a video maybe on like maybe they might do a video on like Transformers 1. You know what I mean? I think Transformers 1 was a great movie, and the descent for Megatron was kind of interesting. I might, although I don't really know if I have much in terms of like the power scaling to go off of, in terms of like, yes, the characters do become progressively more powerful, but like, there's not necessarily a proper bridge for me to use. But yeah, the Q would wipe out Naruto, One Piece, practically everything if they had wished. I didn't read your last comment, I'm sorry. The Q also have a genetic memory of what humanity was into, these warped new forms humans were put into. It took 100 millions of years of evolving for a fraction to go back to space. That's kind of crazy. So what exactly makes them like, solo like everything? You know what I mean? Like, what exactly makes that the case? I might have an idea of what I can do with this. Okay, so what if I separate it into about a minute? Okay, then we go here. Then we go here for about another minute. For about another minute. And then, so we delete that. We keep this. And then we go here. Gomu gomu no! Fireworks! Now gum gum. Firework. Alright, anyway. They are billions of years old, have mastered genetics, seeding life across the galaxy, casual terraforming, nanomachines, humanity, when they fought them, could casually blow up stars, did nothing. That is insane. Sounds like some shit from Versus, dude. That unironically does sound like some shit I would see probably in Versus. Okay. So we'll just delete the rest because I don't need it. At least I don't think I do. Okay. Group. And then we shrink it down. Especially when his mantra couldn't keep up. We even see this during Luffy. Okay. And I made things harder for myself because I didn't edit this whole piece by one piece. Piece by piece. Anime crop. Anime crop. Anime crop. Anime crop. Anime crop. Eldrazi solo the Q. Ooh, Magic the Gathering scaling would probably be fun. Especially when his mantra couldn't keep up. We even see this during Luffy's... What if I ungroup this, stretch this out, and then we stretch these out? Especially when his mantra couldn't keep up. We even see this during Luffy's final attack, where he states verbatim he's fast, and immediately gets one-shot by Golden Rifle. By the time we meet CP... By the time we meet Child Pizza 9. By the time we meet, corny pigeons. I don't know. Pigeon guy. Couldn't think of anything. W chat today? Yeah. Close this up. Okay. Horny Jones. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Oh, right. I need the portion of Skypiea. Fuck, I'm out. I need the portion of Skypiea where Luffy, takes down Enel. That's the hit. Clears up the sky.
Luffy's final attack, where he states verbatim he's fast and immediately gets one shot by Golden Rifle. Immediately gets one shot by Gold.
Oh no, I don't need this one. Ozempic Jones. That's a good one. That's another good one. Ooh, I like this. Yeah, Enel definitely deserved everything that he had coming to him. Enel deserved everything. I heard that as Luffy dicks down Enel. Did I say that? Did I say that? Really? Huh. Let me go back and check that out real quick. No way I did. The fuck? Why can't I? Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck? This one's what? 183. We don't go to...
During Luffy's final attack, where he states verbatim he's fast and immediately gets one shot by Golden Rifle. By the time we meet CP...
By the time we meet Child Pizza 9. Corny pigeon. That's a really good one. Oh, right. I need the portion of Skypiea. Fuck, I'm out. I need the portion of Skypiea where Luffy takes down Enel. I said takes down. You guys can hear it right there. Where Luffy takes down Enel. Where Luffy takes down Enel. Bro, you got bullshit in your ears, Six. You got some bullshit in your ears, bro. Enel was kind of right. How the fuck was Enel kind of right? Can you explain to me real fucking quick how Enel was right? Do me that kindness for a second. Imagine I'm a toddler. I want you to explain to me how that makes any sense. That's the first half of the video. Okay.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? A topic of conversation within the context of One Piece power scaling that has become a bit more prevalent throughout the last few years is whether or not Kaido the Beast has been power cliffed. This is one of those topics that can easily have a person on either end of the spectrum depending entirely on how they choose to view certain feats and how much information they remember within the context of the story. I can definitely say that even for me, it's extremely difficult to fully remember every minute detail or character name simply because we're talking about a series with almost 1,200 chapters. Regardless, one thing that I can tell you is in a series where there is an immediate jump in strength, speed, durability, hacks, or overall capabilities that blatantly implies East Blue, there are clear examples of power creep from Alvida to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong. One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini-island arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power cliffing. Alvida could destroy wooden walls on ships. Buggy was capable. By the time we meet CP9, Luffy should now be capable of reacting to lightning and beams of light, yet characters like Blue Note can completely blitz Luffy over. By the time we meet CP9, Luffy should now be capable of reacting to lightning and beams of light, yet characters like Blue Note can completely blitz Luffy over and over again, even leaving him wondering where he's at. I'm sure some...
Okay, I think this will be the last bit of thing that I put up. So, last bit of information that I put up. I'll do waters. I'll restructure everything when I'm good. How do we do this? I would like at least a bit of... There we go. And then... we just raise it a tiny bit. And then over the 14 seconds that we go with. There we go. Now we pan across. And then what we do here is that we lower it. Full. By the time we meet CP9, Luffy should now be capable of reacting to lightning and beams of light, yet reacting to... Literally kicks away a beam of... he kicks away lightning and a beam of light. Kicks away lightning, kicks away lightning, kicks away Zaraigo. Literally kicks away. All right, 296. I have that, right? Yes, I do. CP9, Luffy should now be capable of reacting to lightning and beam of reacting to lightning and beams of light. Yet characters like Blue Note can completely blitz. Characters like Blue Note can completely Yet characters So we do lightning and light. Where's long ring long wrong ring wrong wrong ring wrong 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 ring wrong. Back to back and spin it on our back. Back to back and it won't get back. Back to back and spin it on the track and spin it on the track and spin it on the track. Back to back and spin it on the track. Back to back and it won't get back. Back to back and spin it on the track and spin it on the track. Dun 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 dun. Yet characters like Blue Note can. Oh right. Where was it? Dun 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 dun. Yet characters like Blue Note can completely blitz Luffy over and over again, even leaving him wondering where he's at. Dun 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 dun. Over and over again, even leaving him wondering where he's at. I'm sure some would chalk moments like this up to mental nerfs rather than power creep or power cliffing, but why can't it be both? In my live streams, I've talked about the consistent growth. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. I think I'm over halfway done. If we do 2 more days worth of editing, I should have it all out for you guys by like
Thursday or Friday. So the video is 100% coming out this week, and more than likely on Friday we will have our first stream back to Naruto versus Luffy. There weren't really like any new mangas that I've been reading that, like, you know, there haven't really been like any new like updates to any of the mangas that we've been reading. We're also already fully caught up with So You Weren't Into Me. I could probably check out that this series, Medaka Kuroiwa is Impervious to My Charms. I did fuck with this one for a bit. I did try to read it for a little bit. If you guys want to check that one out at some point. But yeah, guys. Yeah, we're over halfway there. Whoa, yeah. We'll definitely see what happens in the future for the channel. I'm not gonna... I don't want to entirely move away from power scaling, but I might peach you in a chair. I don't like the series where the MC is avoiding love. Which one? So You Weren't Into Me? Where the M series is avoiding love? Because, this one is kind of the same, where she's like the cutest girl in the whole school. And, she's essentially upset because everyone gives her so much fucking like energy, but this guy right here is like the one dude that genuinely goes out of his way to like not do anything. And the funniest part here is that he does like her. He does think that she's cute, but he's trying to like remove all worldly desires because he's trying to become a monk. Medaka getting that kiss is a long-awaited moment. You've been waiting for it since chapter 1 dropped. I think I started reading this around the point where they were like only at around 100 chapters. I think I started to like look into it. Well, started reading it. I was around like chapter 10 or 13 when I was like, all right, I'm kind of like over it for now. I might go back to it though. Looks like we've reached the best part of the stream again. We could check it out if you guys want. But I'm just not in it right now. What the fuck's this about? Kanan-sama. Okay, this one seems... Comedy, ecchi, harem, supernatural. Is a demon hiding in a high school in the human world to feed on the souls of humans. She sets her sight on a single high school boy, but somehow ends up in a lover's contract with him. Kanan, who has never been in love, is now filled with new feelings. The romantic comedy of a pure-hearted demon's first love begins. Yeah, sure. Biddy's the size of Jupiter. That's what I'm saying. Alright. But yeah. My isekai life, I gained a second character class and became the strongest sage in the world. Alright. I'm gonna go look at some David news. Apparently he threatened the Celeste girl's parents, shaking my fucking head. The creep. Yeah, I've been keeping like a soft checkup on that whole situation, because I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was weird from like the very start of the series. I thought it was... Sorry, from the series. What am I talking about? From the very start of like the whole situation, I thought it was a bit weird that, like, people found a girl that he just so happened to be, he just so happened to know, and he just so happened to seem to have such a relationship with, which was already weird in the first fucking place. But I thought it was just so fucking weird. I'm like, there's no way that this guy's not guilty of something, or at least not related to this in some way, shape, or form, because it was the girl that he... it was a girl that he knew, a girl that was seen on his streams. It was his car, and that alibi or whatever just didn't make any fucking sense, dude. What is this?
Slam and then some. It's on.
This Cuphead boss is impossible for humans? What makes it impossible for humans? Oh, I see what the problem is. Oh, it's just a lot of shit on the screen at once. What makes it impossible for humans? Oh, shit, that's why. It's just a lot of fuck shit. How much health does this thing have? Jesus Christ. My new OC, Jake, is Uzumaki at? Yeah, type shit. He got caught with 40 terabytes. How the fuck do you have that much No fucking way. How do you have that many terabytes? I didn't know that Apple offered that much storage. 40 terabytes is insane.
40 terabytes is like 40,000 gigabytes, dude. Jesus Christ.
Scientology speedruns are insane. Groups of people are forcing their way into Scientology offices in LA and attempting to see just how far they can get into the notoriously secretive areas, recording their efforts and turning it into a meme. It's become absolutely gamified, with Subway Surfers audio paired with footage of running through the hallways.
This is really a
They're even
thing?
mapping it out like some kind of pen and paper RPG dungeon crawler,
40
allowing
trillion
others to plot
bytes
their
is
routes in order
crazy.
to penetrate the bunker-like offices.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it, dude. Like, I don't know, man. I guess it's just a good thing that like all of these PDF files are just getting caught nowadays. I just think it's a good thing, man. I think it's a good thing that they're all getting caught, but it's like, holy shit, the number of people that are into that shit is crazy. And between that and like Russell Brand essentially coming out and saying, you guys don't know about the Russell Brand situation? Let me show you guys real quick. We'll watch this and then I'll show you guys.
Scientology speedruns exist because you can't really go
That's
inside
the max
unless you become
storage
heavily
of a
involved with the church.
78.125
And even then, that's
iPhone
extremely difficult
13s,
to
all
achieve.
with
If the
512
office
gigabytes.
sees you rocking up with your phone out,
that's
clearly
insane.
recording, then they will actually close the doors and not let you come in, even if you say that you're interested in Scientology. And now that Scientology speedrunning has become viral, there'll be more and more people doing this. Be careful out there. If the Church of Scientology deems you an official problem, then they try to make your life hell, which has been documented extensively as various journalists and critics have had their lives flipped upside down. As such, it'll be interesting to see how the Church of Scientology officially reacts, whether they'll give this trend attention or ignore it in the hopes it goes
79
away,
full
as I'd assume it would
iPhones
take a
of
lot of time and
CP. Yeah,
resources
that's
to
crazy.
address the speedrunners.
Funny enough,
At this stage, it seemed a
who was
group
getting
of 50
caught?
kids went in
Who was
trying to
getting called a
speedrun it,
PDF
and the cops
file
were called
for
on them.
2
After all,
years
the
and no
bigger of a
evidence
reaction
still
these
yet.
people
Kendrick,
get from the
I thought you only
Scientologists, then
spoke
the more
facts.
likely they are to return and try again. It becomes entertainment for the masses, who see it as an act of rebellion against what many describe as a cult. And because the attempts to get into
That's
the
funny.
Scientology
That's
offices
funny.
have been happening so frequently
That's
even
funny.
before it became an act of speedrunning, certain Scientologists are being recognized from the clips, such as Shannon, who has been the subject of edits for years. In short, the attempts to access the forbidden hallways of Scientology have led to groups of people speedrunning them in order to see just how far they can go, as the reactions of the workers seem to make the challenge only more appealing. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next?
But how do they map out this stuff if they're still reaching dead ends? What video are you working on, by the way? Just One Piece power cliffing. I was just gonna talk about that. It was just mostly One Piece power cliff. Let me. There's no racist crash out. Then finally got banned, as they should. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Let me look up some ABBA and Preach real quick, because I know I watched this earlier. Nobody fucking searched that. I don't know why that stuff happens. ABBA and Preach. It was on the recent conversation about... Where is it? Was it not ABBA and Preach? Who the fuck spoke about this? Who the fuck was it that was speaking out about this stuff? Russell Brand, Piers Morgan. The whole Russell Brand, yeah, it was on the whole, like, Piers Morgan stuff. I guess I'll just check out this one.
For being too much of a spectacle, and then Pierce is like, well, why'd you want to come on here?
Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can recall. What video were you... So it was the One Piece power cliffing video. I'm almost done with it. I'm about 7 minutes out of the way. Let me see. I saw something about this earlier today. Ah, no, it was Jew Almighty. It was Jew Almighty that did it. Fuck, I'm just all over the place today, man. I know I got something for Jew Almighty. Jew Almighty. Japan is falling for anti-black propaganda again. It's crazy. If you guys like some commentary channel, especially on like more modern day black issues, there's a bunch of stuff going around, but he does cover a lot of like modern day African American or Black American issues, and I do think I do think this guy does good work.
famous millionaire actor just admitted this.
I did sleep with a 16-year-old.
Walked in
when
like
I was
Yuta
30.
the
This shouldn't even be a
just felt an
controversial
evil presence
statement.
from
An
him. It's crazy.
adult should not date or have sex with a teenager, regardless of whether it's legal or not.
In Europe and in the United Kingdom where I'm from, the age of consent is 16.
And if you're one of those weirdos arguing age of consent, you need to have your hard drives checked.
But that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. There's a difference between
A 16.
No one talking about the Russell Brand thing. I didn't know about it until you brought it up. They seem to just gloss over it. Well, to be fair, it's a very recent thing apparently. Like a lot of stuff has been coming out for it, and bro, it's
when I was 30.
it's
But
fucking
when I was
crazy.
30,
I saw this earlier
I was a very
today.
different person. I was a lot younger and I was an immature 30-year-old.
That was a lot to take in. Wait a minute. This man just admitted when he was 30 years old, he has with a 16-year-old. That is a child. I don't care how you describe it
Yeah,
or
that's
try to
a
make it
kid,
sound.
bro.
I don't care about age of consent laws or legalities. Morally, that is wrong. A man over 30 shouldn't even be concerned about age of consent laws because you really shouldn't be dating or talking to anybody that young. That would even be a question mark
Yeah,
age-wise.
100%.
And for him to say he was an
I
immature
agree. I
30-year-old,
agree.
what are we talking about? He was already a rich, famous celebrity. He wasn't an immature 18-year-old trying to figure out life. It's crazy. This is disgusting.
Consensual actually with a variety of people when there is a strong power differential, as there is when you're a famous man that has the ability to attract women that I had at that time, I think involves exploitation. I think it is exploitative. I recognize that my sexual conduct in the past was selfish and
Predatory.
I did not
Predatory
apply
would be the
enough
word.
consideration.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think it's actually kind of fucked that, like, you know, there are so many people in positions of power that feel like they can now come out and say these kind of things. Brother is cooking. I think the maximum age difference should be 6 years between adults. I agree to that. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. There are people in my family with like a large age difference between like when they between there's a large age difference between them. I think for one of my family members, it's like 10 years. But they from what I was told when they both met, they were like already in their 20s and 30s, right? But there's a big conversation that I feel like needs to be had overall about like just not. First of all, change the age of fucking consent, dude. Like, what is the point of having an age of consent be so low for fucking teenagers at that point? Because clearly the issue here is that when you have something like that again, the age of consent is that for people in their teens, whether it's 16, 17, 18, even 19, the issue is that they are still predominantly seen as children. And the only way that you really see these people as adults is, I guess, through legal eyes in the form of the law in terms of like whether voting or drinking, depending on the country that you're in, you can see them as an adult. But I feel like there's this big conversation going on around the topic of, yes, what the age difference should be. Don't get me wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with like a 30-year-old going on with like a 50-year-old or like a 40-year-old dating a 30-year-old or a 36-year-old dating a 28-year-old, right? I feel like age differences aren't always like the best determinant factor, at least in terms of like the age of consent should be around 25. I agree though, but that's the thing. I agree with that. So for starters, a human being does not fully develop their brain until they're at least the age of 25. Your brain is still in development, and things such as drugs or alcohol can actually have some kind of an effect on your brain's development, especially up until you reach the age of 25. I think that in general, it should be that not only just for like things like such as like the age of consent, but like, well, it's so fucked, man. Even for things like alcohol, and legal cannabis use. I think that it should also be raised at least 21, man. At least fucking 21. Because then you have situations like this fucker over here saying that he was dating a fucking 16-year-old when he was 30, bro. I don't know. That shit just sounds so fucked to me, dude. I just think that shit sounds so fucked. It's like, and then he tries to justify and go out of his way to like say like, oh well, you know, I don't really condone my behavior back then. I was like immature. I was like, bro, you're 30. You're older than I am now, and I don't think when I'm fucking 50, I'm gonna be out here saying, oh yeah, no, I was immature when I was in my late 20s. Like, no, man. You're a grown ass adult to a certain extent. Listen, after a certain point in your age, after a certain point in your age range, right? You have to stop seeing somebody as like a kid or as immature or some shit. Like everyone has a subjective life experience that shapes them out to be who they are, right? Well, there's also things like their mental capacity, maybe some kind of disease that goes around in the family, physical, mental, etc., etc. But like, every person has a subjective metric by which they live life at the end of the day, sure. But to a certain extent, you can't use something like saying, oh, I was immature at this point in my life, so therefore it must be better. Especially when you're in like your mid to late 20s, because at that point, you're a full-ass, grown-ass adult. At that point, I feel like it just stops to become less and less of an excuse, especially if you're in your fucking like, if you're telling me that you're still fucking immature around your 30s, bro, I'm sorry, you're a fucking freak, bro. You could say, well, yeah, I matured later in life, etc., etc., etc. But it's like, if the things that you did, especially like this motherfucker is saying, if the things that you did, especially in the terms of like having some kind of, I'm not going to actually spell out the things that they did, because they actually do spell it out in this video. There was actually one of the victims that they spoke about the things that he did. I'm not going to post it on stream just because I don't want to get the video fully demonetized. And if you guys want, just check out the video yourselves. It's right there. Check out Jew Almighty. I think he's a really good content creator. But considering a lot of the things that he said, no, fuck that. I disagree entirely, bro. No, you weren't immature. You were just a freak. You just liked the things that you liked back then. You still probably do like that shit, and I'm just sorry. You need to be put underneath the fucking prison, man. I'm gonna say it straight up. You just need to be put underneath the prison, bro. It's not even crazy. As you can say, it should be 17. No, it should at the very least be 21. Because there's also this conversation that comes up when people talk about, well, the age of consent this, the age of consent that. Yes, the age of consent, legally speaking, could be that of 16. Even if you're an 8, listen, even if you're like an 18-year-old having sex with a 16-year-old, in the eyes of the law, they're gonna say that a 16, if the age of consent is like, let's say 16, and you have an 18-year-old having sex with a 16-year-old, sure, fine, it's a 2-year difference, right? But like, if you have like a 28-year-old or a 30-year-old or a 50-year-old having sex with a 16-year-old, bro, even if it's legally the same, the problem with the age of consent being viewed in that way is that it then creates a situation where now people have this weird ass fuck ass defense that because in the eyes of the law, a 16-year-old can get with a person, let's say like 18 or 19 or whatever, which I think is still a little weird, but fuck it. It now essentially protects these people at the higher age ranges, bro. How is age of 20 or higher worse? I think 20, in Spain it's 20. I think it should just be at least 20. 20, 21, at least there, bro. You got 2 decades, you got at least 2 decades worth of life experience, even though your 20s are a time in your life where you're really finding out who you are as a person, you're really growing into the person, the young adult that you're going to be. It's still a time frame where you as a young adult are going to be shaped into the person that you might become for the rest of your life. Well, 20s, 30s, etc., but mostly your 20s, I would say, for most people, where you're really gaining that sense of consciousness and of understanding that, like, you are just another person in this world, you should not be an asshole, etc., etc., etc. And you could still say that the person is still young in those regards, but here's the thing. If you told me that, like, a guy that was 38 or a woman that was 35 was having sex with a 20-year-old, I mean, listen, that's still a big age gap, but at the end of the day, you're a fucking adult at that point. You're in your 20s, man. I don't know. I don't think it's as egregious at that point, right? But when you're in your teens, I don't know. I think that's just fucking weird, dude. 5 or 30, you can date pretty much as you want, but like 40 and 19 is weird. I agree, man. Like, if it has teen in the name, just stay the fuck away. If it has teen in the fucking numerical value, just stay the fuck away, dude. It's not that hard, man. Like, I don't get what the difference is between a 16-year-old and a 20-year-old for some of these fucking freaks, man. Or a 20 or a 25-year-old, man. Like, and at least a 25-year-old is, they're gonna be more mature. They're gonna understand themselves a lot better. They're gonna have just a better world perspective, a better world view, etc., etc. It's like, no, you want that weird innocence, that weird stuff. It's just, well, I don't think at 16, 18, or 19 is weird. 20 is pushing it, but since you're 21 and older, messing with a 16-year-old, that's just weirdo Kendrick, lies come true type vibes. No, I mean, here's the thing, though. I think that, like, if you are in your 20s and you are dating somebody in their teens, and that person isn't at least 1 or 2 years close to your age, I think that's still a little weird, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say that I would say that a 19-year-old dating a 17 or 18-year-old is the craziest thing in the world, because at that point, it's like saying a 39-year-old dating a 36-year-old is weird, right? I think that they're still within like that small threshold. But once you get 20, man, what are you doing fucking with somebody that's still in their teens, dude? I don't know. Two people of the same age range doing it is okay, since their mental capacity is about the same. A 40-year-old doing it with a 60-year-old is taking advantage of a child. Oh, I agree 100%. That I agree with 100%, man. That I do agree with. That I do.
Barely any, I suppose, really, to how that was affecting other people.
His wording of this whole situation, especially involving a 16-year-old, is very legalese, especially when he's saying words like consensual. A child can't consent to have his
They can't have consent.
adult.
They cannot
He was
do
a
it.
predator.
There's nowhere.
Russell Brand casually admitting he's a on Megyn Kelly's podcast, while she just said there unbothered is one of the most disturbing things I've seen. Exactly.
I agree.
How is he
I
being
agree.
platformed
I
right
agree.
now?
You should not be platformed for that stuff. A, you should not be platformed for that stuff. And B, the interviewers should be asking not only just a lot more questions, but they should also be attacking that ideology that, like, well, you know, how, okay, so you're saying that she's 16 though, right? But how does that make it any better? How are you saying that giving consent, she can't give consent, she is a child, my guy.
Admitting all of this on a promotional book tour by Megyn Kelly of all people, who has with the 16-year-old when he was 31. I am done with Russell Brand. Megyn Kelly in 2026 gives him a friendly interview as he admits to doing it. The hypocrisy is crazy.
Before they rush to defend somebody like this, they need to pause and think about their
The
own
dark truth is that this was common in high school. Many young girls were messing with recent graduates who were like 21. Recent graduate at a school being 21 is crazy. I don't know why everyone was so cool with it, but if she was 18, I don't care. When he's 21, same age range. Do you think Sasuke Retrieval Team could beat Foxy in a Davy back fight? Let me ask you a question. I mean, I guess Choji can maybe. I guess Choji, if he takes the butterfly pill, might have a chance against like Hamburg, Pickles, and what's the other guy, and like the Buns guy, right? Hamburg, Pickles, and whoever the fuck the Tomato or whatever the fuck his name is. They might have a chance, but it's like, okay, how are we setting it up then, right? We need one for the end. I think it'll be just Naruto versus Foxy for the end. It would be Naruto versus Foxy towards the end. It would be, I guess, Choji and it would have to be something like Choji and I'm trying to think. Choji and Rock Lee or Kiba against Hamburg and what's his face? Hamburg and Pickles. And then it would have to be Shikamaru. It would have to be Shikamaru, Neji, and either Kiba or Rock Lee for the boat race, right? I think they lose the boat race. I don't think they're beating a fishman in the water. There's just no reason for me to believe that these guys could outspeed a fishman in the water. I just don't think they could, man. And they also did cover like the massive range of that island in such a short amount of time. Yeah, no, I don't think they can do that. Besides, you would basically have to like rely entirely on like Neji using air palms. You entirely have to believe that they use air palms to try and get them across, since none of them really have. Or maybe you could use like Shikamaru's like shadow stitching jutsu. Well, no, he doesn't know shadow stitching at that point. Is there any way to like Shikamaru to like maybe have his shadows cover the distance between to create? Is there a way for like Shikamaru to cast like a shadow so that like they can like find a way to like wrap themselves up with the fishman crew, so that way they can like pull themselves in or something? I don't think that Shikamaru can use it without like a medium to create the shadow. I think that Choji and the others might have a chance against like Hamburg. Actually, I don't know, because like it's a giant fishman hybrid, dude. They're already physically imposing because of the fishman genetics, and then you just throw in a giant body into it. They may take Shikamaru if they realize he's the brains of the operation. Yeah, he had to ask for a backup since they'd lose in an actual battle. For a Davy fight, Davy backup, since they'd lose in an actual battle. I don't know, man. I think Naruto does lose to Foxy, though. I do think Naruto does lose to Foxy. I don't know if Naruto's tanking multiple explosions back to back, especially. I mean, is Naruto allowed? Yeah, Naruto's allowed to use shadow clones, right? I think Foxy just covers the entirety of them in shadow clones. You guys think a Rasengan would be enough to put down Foxy? Do you guys think so? Yeah, this will work. You think Rasengan's putting down Foxy? I don't know if it will, because like a Rasengan, what, doesn't really gonna watch the stream as I draw. All right. Well, anyway, guys, I'm gonna step out now. There was a good little experiment to think about at the end, but I think I'm just gonna step out towards the end. Coming off of P1 Naruto before he gets access. Coming off of Part 1 Naruto before he gets access to One-Tailed. Coming off of Part 1 Naruto before he gets access to the One-Tail. I don't know if Naruto's gonna have enough attack potency to bring down Foxy. Foxy was taking, like, full-on punches from Luffy, dude. Oh, go right ahead and go eat the reed fruit. I don't think you understand what I said. That's fine. Oh, still reading One Piece. Are you read? Yeah, what's up? Drink some water, yeah. Anyway, I'll leave it there, guys. Have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna go get some lunch and just chillax. Have a wonderful rest of your day, guys. Peace out.